Hello everyone, welcome back to Dark Heresy. Horrifically late start today, I overslept and then Amazon lied to me. I won't tell you any more details. Well, actually I should because it's Amazon, they may just get me for defamation.
Observe.
Yes. They said they put it in the box. They left it outside. It cost me 15 minutes of looking through all of the places that my family might have moved it to from inside the box before I thought, well, maybe they meant one of the outside boxes and not the actual letterbox. And they just left it leaning against the door. But, speaking of things leaning against doors, Dark Heresy, in which leaning against a door for extra points of armor is a really good idea at low levels. Doesn't really matter nowadays.
Or, ripping out the door and using it as a shield.
I miss the days of EQC. I don't know. The point was there was a time where a door was a true weapon. A man's weapon.
Yes. And now it's, well, you can, but most of you have sufficient armor that anything a door would help against, you are pretty much immune to anyway. I guess, actually, you could have a door to protect you against hotshot lasguns. They're in that right pen zone, but it makes a difference. But this is a weird hypothetical. Point is, it may be worth considering tactical advantages. Because you're going on a pirate hunt by pretending pirates.
Remember what happened last time we boarded a pirate ship?
There was so much.
Well, not pretending to be pirates, pretending to be unscrupulous merchants who are willing to work with pirates.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Just have to flex our subterfuge.
We have that, right?
It's
been so long, I forgot it.
I'm trained in deception.
Oh, okay, then you'll be fine. You have fellowship for years.
I mean, I got 56.
I'm trained very well in stealth.
I probably should buy a rank of that real quick, now that I think about it.
My goodness, you have actually overtaken Augie's fellowship.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Admittedly, I don't give him experience points. He is a static boy.
Also, Augie doesn't have tits.
It's true. Juno's fellowship accounts for at least, like, a couple cup sizes there. Our cup sizes accounts for at least a few points of fellowship, whichever way you want to look at it. But yeah, ideally at the end of the session, I'll be up to FB6, so that's going to be pretty lit.
Yeah. Oh. Now, folks, did you all read the little plan Savin put forward in Discord?
Yes.
Did I? I'm not. I can't remember now. If I did, it's been a week.
I didn't, but I'm going to pretend I did.
He posted it literally at the start of the month, like first day.
I would never pay attention to anything.
Operation Pirate Fucker, was it?
Yeah,
Yes,
this is now Operation Pirate Fucker.
Cool.
Oh god, it was Operation Pirate Fucker. Part of my brain just can't believe that that is the actual name. But it is, I remember correctly.
I mean, Juno would never officially title it Operation Pirate Fucker, but
But
Savin,
Narcia
however.
would,
Yes, exactly.
if it was ever mentioned, or suggested, or even hinted at. And would gladly sign off on it.
Perfect. So Operation Pirate Fucker.
God, it reminds me of the time we're fighting over the call sign Penguin and Goose.
We almost went with Goose in our other game, by the way.
Geese are vicious.
We came up with Spearhead instead.
Hey,
Ah,
I was still on Team
Unfortunately.
Goose.
Yeah, I could not rally enough votes for Goose Squad.
It was just
I
me
was
and
pretty
Savin.
50-50.
50-50 does not count.
I know.
Why are you even using democracy? The one with the biggest strength score should just get the naming rights, as he's able to beat the shit out of everyone else. Just
Well.
like in real life.
In this instance, it was a metagame debate instead of somewhere where I could just yell at people.
And
Okay.
Snippy, I would have to disagree with you because it's D&D. It's the highest dex score. They can punch and avoid being punched.
Shit, you're right. I forgot how D&D 5e works. Dex does everything.
Mhm.
Curses. Those deck fags are at it again. Looking at you,
Our party
DCL.
doesn't actually have any dex fags. Come to think of it.
What do you? I mean, Amelie's right here.
No,
I mean,
not.
No,
her.
I mean
no,
the 5e party in
Oh.
Scow's game.
Oh,
It's.
okay.
I have a 16.
Oh no, wait, Amgel's
That's-
playing a dex fag. Never mind. He just
Yeah.
also wears plate armor.
Yes. Half plate.
Whatever.
You still have a dedicated dex fact because I'm not in there.
Anyway,
The one and only person I have ever seen wearing medium armor when they have. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Hype also does that with an Eldritch Knight.
So does Kina, actually, in our game. We have 2 buns in half plate.
It's weird.
It is weird. But it's delightful.
Cool, though.
Have you seen Kina's art?
Not recently. I probably saw it when it was first posted, but I don't remember it. But
Anyway.
yeah. So now, are you all on board with that plan?
Yes.
I mean,
I
I
don't
see
know.
no problems with it.
I have some severe objections to this plan. No, I'm kidding. It's
I like the plan. Makes me the captain.
look at
Means
Narcia.
I
She
can
is the
get a
captain now.
shot at.
The only thing I object to is using explosives. I wish to personally kill them and their shields and their technology.
Well, you can't be everywhere at once, is the thing.
Unfortunately, I cannot cut everything. Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
Calamus is willing to try.
Gosh, that's a man after my heart. Well, since it's a stealth mission. Wait, no shit.
It's social stealth.
I mean,
I
it could
was about to
also
say-
be normal stealth while we're on their base, but
I was about to say, haha, Amelie's now the best at that. But then I remember we have a sniper who's better at that. I'm like, oh, well, I can still contribute.
and you can both go on stealth missions to different places and save time.
I have 40. Okay, I have 39 fellowship, but basically 40. I don't look like an inquisitor, so I don't need to pass too many high social rolls. But I don't exactly have the best social rolls.
I love that picture.
I don't have any of the social skills.
Snippy, what's Narcia's deceive percent success chance baseline?
Oh, I was planning to increase it. It's not that high right now.
Okay, well, what's it
But
going
it
to be
is
when you're
pretty
done
high
spending your
because he's
XP?
also a fellowship character. Actually, no, he has 3 ticks in it. I was just planning to get the 4th one.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
you are still definitely better than I am.
So how early am I allowed to kill the pirate captain?
Not very. We need to plug these guys for information before we murder them, but we are planning to murder them just later.
Read the information part. I just have a murder boner and want to know when I can go in ASAP.
Well, first you actually have to find them, and you have preparations you need to make first, because you can't really just go around saying, yes.
I am Pirate McKee.
Or, well, no. You can just say that. That is how being pirates work. But you can't go around saying, yes, I'm a chartered privateer. You do actually need something backing you up. You need a charter.
Figured that was just called Juno's money.
Yeah, getting a fake charter or warrant is part of the plan. Specifically, something Narcia is going to have to deal with.
Yes. And that's going to be a couple of skill rolls.
Can I help?
Do you have trade bureaucracy?
You know who can help?
I know who does.
Yes.
Well, I don't have trade Bureaucromancer, but I do have heraldry. I have rogue creators. I have Gothic Sector. I also have a shitload of influence and a noble title. So between all of that, I think while I can't help make the actual document itself, I can probably provide enough actual real stuff in the fake to make it seem more believable.
Sure. Then when we get to that stage, you can start assisting, but this is a multi-role process.
Okay.
So, Narcia, the first thing you need to do is go through all of the bureaucratic processes, or at least work out what the bureaucratic processes you would need to go through are, and then just write, just forge a document about having gone through all of them. Make sure it's all in the correct format. You've got the proper letter spacing. You do correct kerning.
What is my difficulty?
+0, and you have a Felix assist. So
I think I'm capable of doing bureaucratic tasks.
all right. Let me just make a little thing to note these down. All right. Next up, you have to actually fill in all of the details on it. So now the question is, are you actually putting down the name as House Dandrick, or are you coming up with a new one?
That is a great question. I feel like it would be easier for us to just use Dandrick since it should be pre-established
Yeah,
in any old Imperial archives that might have raided at some point.
Yep, Juno's given you permission to just use her name. That's what the plan was.
So yeah.
Just, did want to ask, since, remember, one of the things of influence isn't just your wealth, it is your fame.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely fame. Or infamy, as it's about to become.
Yeah, so, since you are using House Dandrick. This is going to be a deceive roll. You can apply, the assist to that you think appropriate, and half of Juno's influence.
So that's 52, and then I guess a 10 from Juno just assisting.
So it's a deceive with a plus 60.
Oh. Okay.
You're welcome.
That was a
Jesus Christ,
96.
How did you almost fuck that
I
up?
feel like I should use a fate point
Yes.
to make the lie more believable. Because that is a 96, so I'm just gonna...
Please roll
It's
a
hard to
100
do
now.
worse.
Ah, yes.
Oh
I
my
have
god!
What are you
Hello.
talking about? We have been on the starry sea since the beginning of Gundam.
So, okay, you might have to wrestle... You might have to briefly wrestle with Narcia's drug problem. But I swear, I'm only taking this dosage just to make my role more believable as a ruthless privateer. Now bring me back that needle before I stab you with something.
Needle. A used needle.
Okay, Narcy, calm down.
Thank you.
No need for threats.
Speaking of needles, that's going to be something you might need for this last bit. You have the document, now you need it signed and sealed by an appropriate higher ranked noble. Now, you do have Augie here, but remember, he did he did say that he probably shouldn't be associated with this on account of being former Navy.
Yeah, no.
We
Hey,
have plenty of nobles that have been recently integrated into the Imperium on the planet below.
Actually, we have an even better noble. Hey, Balti. Your family
Oh,
rules the
Cheers.
whole solar system, doesn't it?
Balti does not speak with the full authority of House Corbec. He is a scion, not one of their princes.
Well, sure. But he can forge their signature.
yes.
Sure.
I mean,
I'd
it's
give-
not. It makes sense. The Scion just goes rogue on his own and starts his own little privateering business. It's a very believable lie.
Although, question, Baltus, or Bob rather, where is House Corbec's homeworld?
Sorry, got interrupted at I can forge a signature. What?
Where is House Corbec's homeworld?
I didn't think that far.
Is it in the Gothic sector?
That's the sector we're in now, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. No, I did not. No.
Are you from this entire sector of space? Yeah. Keep in mind, a sector is huge.
I think.
Or are you from Coreward?
I think I'm more core word.
Okay, then while you could get Balti to sign it,
We would be way out.
yeah, it would be a bit odd because a letter of marque is only valid in your home sector, or rather, the home sector of the authorizing noble. Now, you could be a someone who's drifted a couple of sectors up to make a shady deal. That would make sense, but
it would make sense, but if we're using Juno's actual name, all of her influence has been gained in this sector. So probably best to keep to us being from around here. So I mean, there's Lord Mercury.
Hmm.
Get him to sign it.
Yeah, do you think Mayor would mind implicating him into piracy?
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
Good, can someone send him an email for his signature? Because I don't have it.
And I
Narcia,
probably
you-
actually have Mercury's signature because we're pen pals now.
What's that, Narcia? You say briefly getting into piracy. Do you remember that he, that last pirate ship you boarded was apparently at some point working for him before she went completely orc crazy?
Oh yeah, no, he would be all up for actual piracy. Never mind. This is right up his alley.
Yeah.
It would actually make the life really, really fucking believable, because he's probably done piracy in the past that people might be aware of. Yeah, can we just force his signature? I'm sure he's not gonna mind. And even if he minds, fuck him. He tried to kill us. Actually, we tried to kill him first, but we had a good reason. He aggressively defended himself against us.
Technically,
Makes
his
it all
minions tried to kill us first, so by proxy.
Yeah. Why am I trying to justify this?
I don't know. Guilty conscience syndrome? Yeah, we just fucking
Yeah, I
forged
don't
Mayor's
know why you're-
signature. Let's do it.
I don't know why you're trying to justify this. If there's any group of people who do not need to have a heavy conscience, it's mostly us, except for that one time.
Yeah, no, fuck it. I forged his signature.
All right. So, you've never actually seen Mayor's signature?
Do we actually know what Mayor's full name is?
I don't think you do. I think you've only heard him as Lord Mayor. Actually, no. I think way back when you first saw him in that vid recording, Major's King referred to him by his full name.
Yeah, and I have memorance implants, so no need to start scratching my brain to find it.
Right.
Signature, however. It's gonna be kind of hard faking it.
Yeah. Isn't it like Killian Mayor or something?
It's fine, he's an inquisitor,
Yes.
so we should have something in the
okay,
system.
so we have heard it before. Perfect. Yeah. What are the odds they're going to be able to look up Mayor's signature anyway?
Fair
Very
enough.
well unless we can find his handwriting.
Yeah, we're the actual fucking Inquisition. We don't know what his fucking signature is.
Ah,
I
damn
mean,
it, I have to grab that.
if you went back to Port Moore, you could probably just look it up in the archive.
No. Actually,
we
wait,
could.
isn't there a fucking inquisitorial
We could
satellite?
ask
Oh yeah,
Marco.
also Marco. Marco.
Listen, you just gotta find him and give him a bottle of high quality Amasec.
No, I give him a hug. He's clearly in a grumpy mood.
Well, you give him a hug and an amosec.
Sure, whatever. Anyway, ask him if he has ever seen Mayor's signature, where we can forge it onto this stupid document.
Look, if there's anyone who's gonna help make this whole piracy thing convincing, it's gonna be him.
Signature, no. But I can talk you through the seal.
Perfect.
That's good enough for now. Unless we can come up with another noble of repute that is from this sector in short order.
I mean, there's Lord Mercury, and I do have his signature. I actually kind of like
Oh.
Lord Mercury, though, so I hesitate to drag his name through the mud.
I mean, you think he's gonna mind?
Remind me again, is Mayor the one who can actually teach me assassin stuff?
Yes.
He's here. Okay, I'll ask him to move it.
No, he's not here. He's on the other side of the sector.
Damn it. so
We're
this
talking
was
about
all-
forging his signature.
Yeah, if he was here, this wouldn't need a roll. You'd just have it. He'd laugh at the idea and want to
Yes.
join you.
Yeah, of course. That's a good point.
Alright,
And
so I
excited
have
with the
two
prospect of
options.
getting that.
Can anyone else come up with a noble?
Oh, actually, wait. Isn't Tirana noble?
I don't think I have her
She was
signature either.
effectively second running a planet, from what I recall.
You recall slightly incorrectly. She was a baron's seneschal.
Ah, right, yes. That's
And-
right. There was actually a higher ranking person than him.
He ran one He held in fief one section of the capital hive.
I somehow doubt if this pirate would be even able to verify the signature.
It's true. I don't know why we're focusing on this.
So just
Let's just use Lord Mercury's. In the unlikely event that they actually get in contact with Lord Mercury, he'll probably actually just confirm our story.
We could always use my signature if we want them not to be able to see it. In like any databases or anything.
no. The point is that they need to show up on databases so they know we're legit.
Ah,
It's
fair enough.
complicated. But the reason why I wasn't suggesting Mercury and why I was intent on Mayor was because he was probably signed off piracy in the
Mercury's clan is are or were the rulers of Schindelgeist, so.
And Michael
And
did
you know,
say
actually,
that-
no, that makes it that makes the story even better because we helped on Schindelgeist. Therefore, he would obviously want to help us out and give us a letter of marque.
Yeah, we
Boom,
helped him
perfect.
spin the guy, get the mark, and none of that. We also know how to make his seal thanks to Marco. Get more pieces of the puzzle that way. The narrative fits better.
Right. Okay. Let's go with.
All right. Now the slightly awkward thing is, I'm no, actually, this is clearly a high gothic roll.
Oh, guess who has a single dot of high gothic? Because never.
I also have a dot. I will help.
Basically, everyone got a dot because Merzendi recommended it.
Oh, I do have an autoquill though, so I can have a bonus with that. I have a particularly good autoquill. Invested in the fancy pen, Merz.
And
What
it's
if I have
inlaid
a-
with
Technically, I have a best quality servitor that writes things for us if we can just get her to copy that signature down.
Yes. I would ask for a roll,
Oh, yeah.
but you can have the servitor as like a +20 tool bonus.
Sweet. So plus 30
Well,
total?
Actually, +30 tool bonus because it's best quality.
Sweet.
I would have a 90% chance if that was the case.
Well, let's do
Wow.
it. You needed it, it turns out.
I'm just getting real jittery, you know? Those reduced dosages.
Would you like to fate this one?
Ah, yes, might as well second fate. Here we go.
How many 50
Jesus
do you
Christ.
have?
You know, that is slightly better.
It is better.
Christ.
Don't pray to him. He can't help you now.
It's a good enough fake, and pirates will have no way to fucking confirm it anyways.
I mean,
I
also,
say
that was just the plus 30 tool bonus. You also had people assisting you. I don't know if that stacks, but
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh,
But
so
yeah,
I would have,
it's
like,
at least just Juno assisting.
If I also had people assisting, that'd be like at least one more degree of success. Maybe
Yeah.
2.
So bring that up to 5 DOS.
Yes.
All right.
Massive improvement.
So the process is done. Narcy, you've done a damn good job. While it won't match any electronic records, Imperium is notoriously slow at those. So, given its recent signing, that would be expected. And as such, you could probably use this to just walk straight into the Admiralty.
Oh, it's so fucking tempting to just drop it all. Go where the wine is good and fresh and where the coffee is always real and not recycled.
Listen, Narcy, we can get a lot of mileage out of this one document. Not just for Operation Pirate Fucker.
Oh, yes. Yes, we can.
Just please remember it has my actual name on it, so don't abuse it.
Well, that is an excellent point. I wouldn't dream of that.
Although,
Juno.
I suppose, I don't know how much you can abuse it if it's my name. You know, kind of
Not very
school.
much, because technically, Juno, you are in charge.
Yay!
I
Juno
am but a
clap excitedly.
hireling.
Excellent. And as my first order as a newly minted rogue trader captain, Narcy, I order you, give me a hug.
My eyes narrow.
Chop
We
chop.
haven't started the operation yet.
I don't feel very hugged, Narcy. Your captain's going to be very mad.
Hi, Captain, my Captain. Come here. Bring it in. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yep, just getting into the role.
All right. Now then, Juno will take the documentation and slide it into her little folder. Let's go pick out a ship and get ourselves ready to go.
Oh, God, Juno.
What's wrong, Narcy?
This plan is so stupid, it just might work.
This is a fantastic plan. No one in their right mind would ever expect a cargo ship hull full of space marines. It's too absurd to ever be predicted. The only way it could be better is if we managed to pack Eustace in there.
Oh, can you imagine how horrifying that'd be? Eustace just popping out of a box.
Yes. Oh, yes, I can.
I feel a lot better about this all of a sudden. Let's go.
All right. Arm in arm, off to go get Augie to tour us through the ships. Shall pick us a cool one.
Sure. So you wanted the gnarliest, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That said, the definition of gnarly is largely up to Augie and Narcy.
Well, the leading candidate, and actually I will first off zoop you over to the galaxy map so you have something more to look at, and then switch to walkie voice. Well, the leading candidate is this ship. It is called the hungering pauper.
Having pauper in the name sort of sends the wrong impression if we intend to go telling these pirates we want to buy a bunch of things, don't you think?
True, but you can rename it.
Oh, I suppose that's true.
The pauper is approximately 1,300 years old and well weathered. See here the battle damage. It's been patched. Structural integrity is sound, but scars like that, they show she means business.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I was also able, with Felix's help, to deduce there are hidden compartments.
Hidden compartments, you say?
Oh.
Perfect.
A secondary storage bay concealed beneath the first. The dimensions of the main store bay did not match the quantities of material they shipped here. And it was a simple matter of aggressive persuasion to make the current ship's master reveal how to access them.
Alright, I take it back. This ship actually does sound quite perfect.
Indeed.
Not heavily armed, though.
If anything, that's
Yeah.
actually to our benefit. The line Narcia and I were kicking around was that we are desperate for new weapons and tech, but after Vindalex, the Mechanicus isn't putting out, so to speak.
Yes. This will certainly make that believable. You currently have starboard missile batteries and the port side a badly damaged Mars pattern macro cannon. There are mountings on the prow for another weapon, but it was never fitted.
1,300 years and they could never bother to...
Or maybe they did mount something and it broke along the way without any replacement. That would be financially feasible.
Possible, I suppose. Still, sad state of affairs, but perfect for our cause.
Indeed. You do know how to pick them, Captain.
Indeed he does.
There is one other concern. Less material than the weapons, but a concern nonetheless. The master reports that certain aspects of the ship are haunted.
Oh, I shouldn't be laughing at that. That is actually quite possible.
In extended jumps or when operating in the dark, whenever the Astronomicon's light grows faint, it is said the spectres of dead crew walk, led by a beautiful woman.
Really now.
Hmm. Unfortunate to see that the spirits have not managed to pass on. If their tales are true, of course.
No.
Indeed.
If you ask me, that's just another reason for us to take the ship. I can't think of anyone more qualified than us to help move these spirits on. Although,
Or, come around, probably make for good company, and are a lot less welcome than whatever else lies in the warp.
moreover, we'll always have the light of the Emperor with us. Not just from me this time, but from our Astartes guests. If Jox
Oh,
can act as a Astronomicon on his own, then perhaps his Marines can at least boost the signal of the real one.
it's true. I forgot the effect that the Flame Falcons would have on such entities. Yeah, we shouldn't have any problems.
That or their presence will severely agitate the ghosts. I should probably have a walkthrough beforehand to scout things out. But yes, I'm
I've
not
never been on a haunted ship
particularly
before.
frightened by the idea of ghosts or the ship.
I feel like this is going to be a fun and educational experience for all of us.
Well, we'll see. At best, we may be able to put some of the Emperor's servants back to his rest. At worst, if these spirits have proven non-hostile in the past, perhaps they'll help buffer us against incursions from outside.
Master reported that they have not directly harmed his crew. However, their appearance presages accidents and outbreaks of hysterical suicide.
Oh, then no, definitely. We're going to need some hexagrammatic words.
I'll make sure Eloa stays near the Gellar field generator just in case. And, it's a question of whether the ghosts are responsible for the accidents or are trying to warn the crew. Could be either way. No way to tell until we see it in action. But I'll try and keep on top of morale one way or the other.
There is also the possibility that they are simply hallucinations. Such things are known when navigating the Empyrean, and the circumstances in which the Master reported these ghosts, those tend to lead to a higher level of hallucinations and other warp phenomena.
Are hallucinations often consistent, though?
There is always that woman they mention.
Once you have been told what other hallucinations have been seen, that can then influence your subconscious.
True.
I suppose that's true. Well,
It had to start somewhere, but it could, by now, just be them seeing what they expect to see.
so I'm gonna look around. Are we like in a shuttle examining this ship now or something?
No, you are in a ready room on the Mother of Invention. He's got it up on a hololith.
Okay.
A shuttle is being prepared for you to go and do your walkthrough, though.
I guess follow-up question then is there anyone else around of import other than the three of us?
Would any other PCs have bothered coming to pick a ships at Augie's Ships R Us?
Yeah, come on, please. Someone suggest something that isn't haunted.
No. I actually specifically kind of don't want anyone else to be here. For reasons that will be apparent in a moment.
Okay.
We're both
So,
too
yeah.
excited to go on a haunted ship.
Oh no, so if no one else is here, I'm just gonna turn to Augie and smile and say, well, there's an easy way to prove that theory one way or the other. Just don't tell anyone else. If the three of us start seeing ghosts and Amelie and Ceiko and the others don't see anything, then we'll know safely that it's all in our imagination.
Then again, there's also the possibility that we just pick something that isn't haunted.
And that's not nearly as fun.
I know, right? Can't believe I'm saying this out loud.
Oh. I don't know if you can stop the crew from telling them, but it is a worthy experiment, nonetheless.
Hmm.
Indeed.
Well, I know for a fact at least Eloa is not going to be socializing with the crew. She will ignore anyone who isn't ordained by the cog, so if she sees it, then it's definitely there.
Ah, the vessel does have an engine sear prime.
We'll see how he adheres to the superstitions of the rest of the crew. My experienced engineers are usually quite detached.
I can always specifically give Casa some mundane, time-consuming, solitary task to perform for however many hours.
Oh, I have
It's
a couple of ideas for
rather
that.
mean-spirited, but potentially important in this instance.
Oh. The
Maintenance.
decision is yours. Now, you said the three of us. I did not expect to be accompanying you.
Oh. Well, I understand if you have reservations about leaving the Mother Invention, though. As much as I've enjoyed spending time watching you command the bridge while we've been together, would make me comfortable having someone with actual command experience on hand in case I bugger something up, but
It
I'll
would
leave
be
the choice to
incredibly
you.
risky.
Say that again, Snippy?
It sounds like something that would be incredibly risky, Juno.
What? Bringing Augie with us?
Well, yes. He should not be associated with this particular project.
No, well, obviously we would tell them he's Augustus Lupus. That would be silly, but the ship will have, I imagine, dozens of nameless, faceless command staff on hand.
Still quite risky. I imagine that Lupus would be a fair bit more recognizable than the rest of us.
I suppose that's a fair
I
point.
a bit more, but not enormously. I would be quite surprised if we ran into a pirate who survived one of my boarding actions.
I confess I'd be more worried about someone who might have served with you in the Navy and then gone off to a life of piracy after, but
Well, you're a rogue trader, so even if we did meet someone that would be familiar with you, you'd be able to talk your way through it fairly easily. Comes with the trade, doesn't it?
Rogue is very charming, it's true.
So I've heard.
You are too kind. But yes, I can, if necessary, talk my way out of it.
I will leave the decision whether to come with us or not to you, my love. As I said, I've been watching you command as close as I can. I can manage without, if need be.
I would be most pleased to accompany you.
Juno will smile wide. Excellent. Well then, shall we go and have a look at this greedy pauper, was it?
Hungering pauper.
Hungering pauper. Oh. I feel bad for me already. My poor ship. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have a lot of work to do on this ship, aren't I?
Yes.
Oh, yes. This ship's
It's-
hard.
It's a good thing that I have so many talents to do this with. Let's get to work.
All right. So, yeah, you can head over to the ship. It's well, it's a ship. It matches, the hololith scan as Zorgi showed you. The senior crew and passenger quarters. Your warband will. You'll be occupying both of those. There are a few more of you than there are rooms in either one. But, quite a few of you double bunk anyway, so you will just barely fit. It's a bit cramped in places and a bit open in others. The main cargo bay is surprisingly ornately decorated. There is a mural of Sanguinus slaying a dragon on the ceiling. While the sub bay, the concealed one, It is a lot more sparse and maximum efficiency. Narcia, it makes your little bureaucrat brain go ooh.
Ooh.
So, as we're doing the walkthrough, can I throw a Psyniscience at this ship, see if I detect anything spoopy?
Sure.
No. No. Shit's not haunted, everybody. It's fine.
Should I do it as the resident soothsayer?
You don't know yet.
Hang on. Hang on. Merzendi,
Oh, I don't know yet. Okay, I'm not there. Oh.
You should do it regardless. Like,
Yeah, it's only Juno and Narcia on board right now.
And Augie, but yes.
Yes, but
He counts in my heart. Alright. Alright, well, if I don't detect anything spoopy, then everything's fine.
Sorry, yeah. With everyone talking, I forgot to actually answer you. Are you going to fight that, or are you keeping the 91?
It's not a critical failure, so yeah, they'll just keep that.
Sure.
Fate is very precious.
There is etheric residue. It's just vaguely around, but that's sort of to be expected with most warp-going ships. Only those with the most efficient Geller fields are able to avoid some degree of contamination. It doesn't look... you detect no particular high levels.
Oh.
Nothing to be concerned about.
It's enough that Juno might ask Balti when he comes aboard to like move in, but nothing that raises any red flags, so that's fine. Not gonna have any worries.
Sure.
Yeah. Nothing jumps out at us. Actually, I'll throw one more test at this ship.
Hold on, because something is going to jump out at you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Quite literally, as Augie and the ship's master you through towards the aft of the ship, a door opens and just something leaps forward. A red something, a spidery something. It's a tech priest.
Juno
Beep,
slowly
boop.
lowers her or raises her staff back to like a resting position at her side, where she's about to bonk him.
Ow! Oh, you do look like you are meant to be here. Apologies, Master. I did not detect you on my scans.
We're a bit jumpy, aren't we?
One of his mechadendrites just slams him in the side of the head.
Oh, that's all right. A little bit of paranoia is always warranted.
Yeah. Scans recalibrated, you are now appearing. And yes, slightly paranoid, slightly jumpy, but 3 unauthorized organics approaching the Gellerfield chambers. We cannot be permitting that.
Exactly. Your diligence is noted and appreciated.
Indeed.
From behind him, just slowly, quite clearly been struggling to keep up with him. trots out 2 heavy weapon servitors with heavy bolters. They are now in their lowered position, but from the little steam coming off their joints, they were very much ready to shoot.
Juno's gonna like lift a hand up and like take her Sororitas habit off and put it down. Well, I would hate to cause any undue consternation. Good tech priest?
Undue consternation. That implies there is due consternation. I don't like due consternation. I don't like consternation at all.
Neither do we, but still. I'm glad to see our Gellerfield is well defended.
Well defended indeed.
Oh, yes, yes. 1332 and the multi-melter are still within.
Nevertheless, for our journey, we will have a Magos assigned down here. I hope that's not inconvenient.
Which type of Magos?
Wait, no, I know this. Magos Logos. Eloa Delta Omicron.
Eloa, can you make me an influence roll with a plus 10 because AdMech?
Plus 10 because AdMech, and now you should tell me this stuff beforehand. I have so much gear that gives me bonuses.
This is just that plus 10. This is the fame component of influence.
Have you heard of the High Elves?
All right. What kind of roll is this?
Influence.
Influence with a plus 10, you say? Man, I have so much cool stuff on me that would help with this.
Yeah, and if you were there in person, you would, but...
Hey, just flash your amnesia.
I'm just repping you when you're not here. Hey.
They've heard of you.
The recently elevated Delta Omicron?
Yes, that's the one.
Ah, good. She is the proper type of Magos, not the stupid type.
She is quite the opposite of stupid. You'll quickly find out.
Yes.
God, I'm reminded of the conflict on that planet.
No, she's the opposite of stupid. Do you know how high her score is on Simon Says? Ain't that most holy of relics for tech priest induction?
That sounds about right.
And her specialty is not relevant to my concern as Sororita. Merely her proclivity for licking the shiny green orb.
Wait, you had...
Well...
What kind of Magos licks the Geller? Actually, don't answer that.
Not a Geller field. Another kind of shiny green orb. A Xeno kind. The Magos was disintegrated. Half of our expedition was disintegrated. The rest of us left. They deserved it.
Yeah, no, sounds like they did. I'm just... What?
I was going to make a lewd joke, but no, that actually is unfortunate. Well, no need to worry about that. I was very conservative about such things.
How do people like that get elevated to the position of a magus? Like, it's basic chemistry. Don't leak anything.
I would assume the lick is metaphorical. Actually, never mind. It might not be.
It is
Why
not.
not?
He
I
used his oral sensory mechadendrite to caress it.
Gross.
His mouth had long since been removed. He had replaced its function with a number of mechadendrites.
Yeah, Juno, you think I was joking?
I honestly can't tell sometimes.
You know, I wouldn't be able to tell either. The things I've seen.
And with regard to your query on his elevation, he was struck by divine inspiration and improved the cooling capability of a Mizoa pattern lasgun by 0.3%.
Sounds like he... No, there is no way. That man had to cheat. He had to steal it from someone else and only got to it because he was a magus. I refuse to believe that that creature was able to improve a Mezoa pattern lasgun.
It's only by 0.3%.
It's a big
That,
change.
that is 30 times the previous improvement across the past 1,000 years.
The Omnissiah
I
works in
see.
mysterious ways.
Very slow ways. But that is our fault. We are imperfect. We are flesh. The flesh is weak. And Juno, you can just feel him glaring at your blindfold.
Oh, yes, my completely fleshy, utterly unaugmented flesh.
Weak.
Yeah, that gross him right the fuck out. So instead, Juno will just give him a most charming smile. Yes, well, the flesh is as the flesh does. It was lovely to meet you, Tech Priest.
Engine Seer Prime Zephyr 13.
Jinseer Prime Zephyr 13. Juno will extend a hand.
5 mechadendrites extend. Each extends a smaller finger-like mechadendrite. 1 retracts and then extends a even smaller but thicker thumb-like mechadendrite. They form a hand. They shake.
Juno's used to this shit. She just shakes along. Keep up the vigil. Shall we, everyone?
He spiders backwards. He doesn't turn away from you until the door has closed, nor does he move with the use of his legs. His mechadendrites spider him.
Such dedication.
If I hadn't spent so much time around Eloa and her enormous horde of spiders, that'd probably be deeply disconcerting. Anyway.
Somehow, I imagine, they will be best friends.
Oh yes, they're going to be absolute chums.
He, unlike most of the tech priests I've met, yes, sure, he's weird, but he is surprisingly sensible.
In fact, if that had been a lady tech priest, I would wonder if perhaps we'd have tiny little toasters running around by the end of this journey.
Master, speak up here. Zephyr's genderless. He excised all that, both downstairs and upstairs.
Nod of approval.
Juno will try not to grimace, but probably grimace a little. That sort of thing does actually get to her a little bit.
No idea which way they started us.
Right. Anyway, let's continue our tour, shall we?
Yes, indeed we shall.
Yep. Yeah, you said you had one more thing to roll.
Yes. Hopefully with some help from Augie, I'm going to throw, let's see, Trade Voidfarer at the ship, just to get a sense of it now that we're on the inside and see if there's anything wrong that we can spot or any issues that we could potentially address before we depart that could prove troublesome later, whether it be the crew or the tech.
Sounds good.
Well, someday, or sometime during the session, I'll be able to roll. That's not this time, so alas.
As far as you can tell, things have been cared for. They aren't necessarily as good as when they started, but they've been looked at, they've been touched up. They'll work, as far as you can tell.
Once again, I was going to get Eloa to do a touch-up anyway. Fortunately, I don't think she's a Voidfarer necessarily, so probably be a different set of tests for her if she chooses to make them. But as far as I can tell, everything's fine. So, yeah, we're good. Ship seems perfectly normal and safe and meets all OSHA standards.
OSHA standards.
Yes. The Office of the Order of Suitably Homicidal Adepts.
Oh, yeah. It would meet those standards, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Right. I need to be right back real quick.
Sure.
Okay, so while Merz is gone, I need to inquire people here. Who has read The All Guardsman Party?
Not me.
Not me.
I don't think I have.
Oh God, Bob.
Oh god.
They don't know about the haunted ship. They don't know.
Hey,
They're sweet, young, and innocent.
I don't need to know about this because I've read. You know what? I'm not going to spoil it, but I've read the shipbuilding rules from Rogue Trader. I know exactly what's going on, and I love it.
I
Oh,
know what's
no.
going on too, on two different levels. Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be so good.
This is my favorite kind. And if it attracts, what it came from, I really, really want that to turn into that now.
You're not the only one.
It's fine. Everything is fine, guys. Those of you in the know, up nod.
Okay.
It's really spoilery because, it's kind of just in the meta stuff that you know from reading a lot of the building books and then a lot of the lore. What we're on is possibly the coolest thing, Savin, and you'll like it. And I'm not even being sarcastic this time.
Okay.
This is actually something you'd think would be really cool.
Neat.
I'm fucking giddy. Can I contain my excitement?
Now I'm excited. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, it
Hopefully
just
we
is
don't
gonna make the
bugger the
big.
warp jump and all die for no reason.
Oh yeah, that is a possibility.
Yes. Or we get launched
I wouldn't-
forward or back in time or get invaded by demons.
It's fine. If we all die,
Then we
then we
can go play
die.
fantasy. And I'll die there, too.
I started playing through Prepare to Die edition again last night because I'm not sure if I told you, but I just wasn't playing for a while because my controller didn't sync up with my computer, you know? And the last time I played was on my Xbox, and my Xbox Red Ring like 3 years ago. Oh man, I totally forgot what it was. I remember it was useless, but I really wanted to remember what that glowing thing on the bridge before you get to the parish, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, oh yeah, it's the ring that allows you to keep all your souls if you die, but then breaks. It was like, oh yeah, well this was pointless, rolling off 3 times just to get this. But you know what? So and I was like, it's going to be really funny if in my attempt to get back I die, and I actually made it, and then died.
Ow.
To be fair, I did get greedy. I kept running down to where the skeletons are, you know, in the place that you eventually go and play with Gravelord Nito. But I really wanted the souls. And you know what? I eventually got the souls. So yeah. Going on a Knight Artorias run this time.
Hell yeah. I just finished Demon Souls remake.
God, I really...
yesterday.
You have no idea how much it makes me want to buy a PlayStation before I realize that I just don't want to spend the friggin' money on that.
It's
I too
so
read it.
pretty. Oh god. I rolled
I've been
up
watching...
Kasira as a pyromancer and just destroyed everything, but only near the end of the game did I realize that the faith stat is the only way to increase your magic resistance, and I was just getting fucking one-shot by every wizard. It was awful. My sick faith.
Yay! Oh god. Yeah. Yeah. I've been watching Alfredo Diaz. I watched Alfredo Diaz play through it. It was fun. Oh, hey Merzendi.
Hello.
Bob, do you mean in real life or in the game?
In real life, he went to raid his brother's liquor cabinet, remember?
Yeah, it was
That's not liquor.
that. No, he only had like backwashes of like some Evan Williams and
Ew.
some gin, and he did have some Glenfiddich, but I also like didn't want to like drink super expensive stuff from him.
Well, just ask Merzendi what type of wine it is, and then have her tell you if you should open it or not. Because no one else here knows about wine.
No, I mean this is mine is it's like Silva, it's Moscato. It's a white wine generally. It's basically a wine cooler.
Oh, then yeah, go for it.
I just can't find it anymore. That's the issue.
Hmm.
Yeah, as cheap as it was, it's just gone.
Loki took it.
No, I mean like I can't find it in stores. So I'm like, I don't know if I
Probably
want to drink
because
it.
of the coof.
Maybe
You'll find it again.
it's what I call Walmart brand.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
just fake
5%. Okay.
Anyway, yes. Your tour is concluded, and other than Spider-Man the Tech Priest, or, well, Spider Organism the Tech Priest, there is nothing especially weird you have detected.
Sweet.
So, I believe you have some Space Marines to pick up, and then fill in the rest of the warband.
Pretty
I'll
much, yeah.
also pick up some crayons so they have a way to amuse themselves while they wait in cargo boxes.
Shit. By the way, question about warp travel. Is it typically done in just like one straight shot, or is it common practice to like skip jump from system to system?
So,
Oh, that's a long story answer.
Yep.
so it's generally safer to do skip jumps, but long jumps can be faster. For a route like this through the Grail Dark, most merchants would skip jump.
Okay. Was specifically wondering because there is like one major planet on our way there, and converting some of Juno's influence into like corporeal wealth I can throw at people probably be a good idea while we're there. Just stop and shake a bank.
So I'm just going to move the warband token, and you can see the key, yeah?
Yes. Oh, uninhabited. Nice. I mean, we could go fucking this way instead. I mean, whatever. We have to go off the path anyway.
Yes.
Go.
And I mean, that planet, that's just where some Mechanicus were going, and somewhere that someone did a skip jump to, and they found pirates, and then they survived to run away. You don't necessarily have to go here. This is just a place you know about. The pirates are somewhere in the Grail Dark.
Yeah. I mean, we have all of these points of interest anyway, so we'll probably encounter one of the pirates at one of these places. So indeed, we could go like me. Right. This is still part of the Grail Dark up here, right?
Yes. Anywhere within those faint lines, that is essentially the Grail Dark subsector, but it's not an official subsector because it's officially uninhabited. Because,
Yes.
dear God, it's dark, it's greyly. The light of the Astronomicon flickers and fades in the heart of the old dark nebula.
Sounds like a lovely place to me.
It's almost as bad as the Grail Abyss, which is just slightly off-screen rimwood. That used to be the boundary of the Imperium, because it was so awful and innavigable. They found a path around it, though, now, so there are more sectors out there. But if you just go rimwood from the Gothic sector, you die, basically.
Or yeah, it's sort of death. If you lose the light of the Astronomicon, you might not necessarily die, but you're never finding your way back easily.
Okay.
Fate worse than death, quite frankly.
So yeah, since we're on Leth anyway, if we go to Ortho, then boop, 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 something like that.
Sure. And Ortho is a mining world, so yeah, that's a place you could get like quite a chunk of resources.
Perfect.
Not coin, but like unprocessed gold, metals.
Yeah. I will exchange to them my credit for physical wealth. That way I can potentially give it to pirates if I need to, or more likely flash it like bling and then not give it to them, because fuck them. That's mine.
Yeah. Yes. Before you set out, though, at some point Marco will... after your tour, and when you're back on the Mother of Invention, at some point Marco will collar you. Or buttonhole, rather. They mean the same thing, but with Juno, I shouldn't say collar.
Yeah, that's... yeah, I get cavedoned by Marco at some point. Cool.
Yeah.
Marco, can I help you?
I've just been thinking. And... well...
I will refrain from saying please don't hurt yourself.
Might be an idea to tone down on the holy symbology when we're dealing with the pirates.
Oh, yes, of course. Don't worry, I have plenty of clothes that do not immediately rumble me as a Sororitas.
And how many of them look incredibly fancy and obviously militant?
Do you want to see my wardrobe?
Potentially. But the main point is, people like this, wealth, that'll only get you so far. Same with that letter of yours. You need to show them strength.
Well, that's what I have you and Narcia and Amelie for. Our plan is for me to look like I'm being taken for a run by a lot of you dirty scallywags. Let's be honest, Marco, I am not the most intimidating person in the world, and look at me. Juno will flex a tiny noodle arm. I'm amazed I didn't break bones catching that dragon head at the wedding. But yes, I catch your point. I'll dress appropriately and conduct myself with bearing appropriate to a woman of brute strength, or at least willing to employ brute strength.
Yeah, I guess with us, if you turn up the pomposity, you should be all right. But it especially goes for when we're getting ready to make the final move. You'll need your power armor then, right?
I suppose it would be beneficial to my survival to wear power armor, but I'm going to be honest, Marco, I really don't plan on getting into a fight myself. If it comes down to it, I'm going to go hide somewhere.
Well, fair enough. You might, but you'll probably still catch a few shots.
Yes, that's true.
Well, if you've got all of your holy regalia showing on it, the fleur-de-lis, the aquillas, symbols of your order, that's going to it's going to tip things a bit much.
Yes. If I can't obscure the symbology on my armor, as much as I'm loath to do so anyway, but we have done it before, and if necessary, I have unpowered armor, nearly sufficient protection, just in my house colors.
Yeah. That'll probably do for you, getting somewhere in cover and setting up an aid post for us.
Indeed, that's really the most I can likely contribute into a fight anyway. Unfortunately, the Emperor does not, at least as yet, cause the flames of my flamethrower to part like water around my friends, so...
Yeah, I getcha. Yeah.
But thank you for the concern. It is much appreciated.
Mm. We'll be bringing it up with the others too. Anything too...
Do you think Eloa's main ghost robes will be a problem? I mean, pirate ships have to have someone to maintain the engines, don't they?
Her robes should be fine. If any of them recognize her armor, though, that'd be a giveaway. But it's a long shot that they would. Most of them, they've got rejected adepts or low-level heretics. They keep everything going. Or slaves.
Well, hopefully her armor will be beneath her robes most of the time. Doubt we'll be walking through a wind tunnel. Honestly, if anyone's day-to-day wear is going to give us away, it might be Baltus with that massive suit of artificer armor.
Yeah. He's,
very distinctive and expensive.
the big golden eyes and eagles, they really do tip the hand. Not that Amelie is much better.
Oh, that's true, I suppose. I'll just perpetually have the mental image of her being small and cute. But yes, we'll figure out an alternative armor solution. I think at some point I arranged for everyone to have carapace armor in our house colors. Make sure that's somewhere accessible.
Alright. Good talk.
Give Marco a pat on the shoulder. You too.
Yeah.
Juno will slightly lament that she did not, in fact, have a need to show Marco her wardrobe. Oh.
Well,
There's always Casa.
this is true. What next, Sloots?
Well,
I know you need to pick up the Space Marines, but I don't feel like that's a scene we need to play out in much detail.
No. I guess the only question there is how grumpy Renault is about having to come with us and, more importantly, come with Moira.
he expresses no grump. Oh, and actually, yes, there was something important about that. You, the scouts, I want to inform you that he selected 20 of the best from the newest initiates. They have only received partial implantation, and as such, only one of them has so far manifested the gift of the flames.
How good. That is an important facet. And how big are these lads at this point? Have they reached superhuman size?
They are all in the 6 to 7 foot range at present. Some of them still have pimples.
Okay, so they're just large lads, not towering gods yet. Good, good.
Yeah, they just got implanted like yesterday.
Probably not yesterday, but like within
Last year.
Yeah. He selected from those who were taken as initiates within the last 5 years. So the oldest of them is 18.
They do it a lot quicker than the blood angels. But then again, they also do like extensive reconstructive surgery.
So, Juno see these kids being loaded up and turn to Renault and say, "Is it normal practice for your chapter to make boys this young fight?"
The oldest of them, he is now at fighting age. The others, if we had a choice, it would be kept for longer training and receive more of their implants. They normally do not take to the field. They normally do not take to the field in earnest before 20 years.
I see.
But they are trained and equipped well enough. They shall serve grandfather's purpose.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I'm not keen on sending young boys into danger. They are the best suited for this task, though, so I'll trust to your judgment.
Baltus has been on Armageddon. What? man, these are grown-ass men.
Meanwhile, Juno's like, I'm actually older than someone. Oh God. Oh no.
I think you're older than all of them.
Yeah, exactly. This is weird and different. She doesn't like that.
Not only are you
Juno's used
older
to being
than
the
all of them,
baby.
you're also probably have more combat experience. You're a scarred veteran of at least tens of battles.
I think the only scar Juno has is when she got crit in the leg once. And, the whole eyes thing, but it's not really a
And was
scar.
the Saint, and then the ship of the orcs.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
but Juno never really gets hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Juno's cursed. She just sucks the luck out of everyone else.
I mean, I would expect, the bit where she stabbed herself at. Did I say if that left a scar or not?
I'm pretty sure you did.
I was just kind of glancing past the stuff that she did to herself, but yeah,
Fair, fair.
the battle scar she has is one on the leg. I assume that she probably has a pretty substantial scar over her heart.
So Baltus is relatively unscarred.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
you got the
The
parts
one
blown
arm
off.
that got scarred, the orcs just took that.
Yeah, they just,
there's no scars at all, really.
No, the orcs didn't take it. Graves did.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Graves got that off.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was pretty sure Graves turned him into sashimi.
Just took my arm off.
Shing.
So yeah, I
and
still got a scar as you see my arm floating in the background.
Oh yeah, that was.
We're in the system where that happened too. Yeah, it is literally just floating around here somewhere.
It's just like we look at the porthole behind his left ear. You just see his arm slowly drifting past.
It's not even slowly drifting past. It's just like crawling along the outer hull like the fucking hand from Evil Dead.
Yeah.
I mean, that ship did, go into the warp, so...
Yeah, and then the hand came back, like the hand from Evil Dead. Possessed of malicious intent.
Possibly, but not necessarily here.
It's true. Instead, it's on Spindlegeist, where all things that are horrible and evil go.
One day it shall appear.
Have its
One
sweet
day.
vengeance.
Baltus will awake to a hand around his throat. He will realize it is his hand. And then Bob gets to play a demon for a bit.
Alternatively, a really weird hand job. Anyway. So yeah, if Renault is confident in these kids, Juno won't protest too much. I suppose. They are, after all, Space Marines, and probably individually more than a match for a normal random pirate dude.
They are armed and armored to the best of the Falcon's abilities. Carapace, bolt guns. A couple of them have chain blades, whereas the rest have combat knives. They've got full training, a couple of shotguns and sniper rifles to pass out as necessary.
Cool. I guess while they're getting loaded up, Juno's just going to go to these kids and ask if any of them know how to use a heavy bolter or a flamer.
Yes, sister, I know. I've been trained with a flamer, but with not promethium.
Oh, my sweet child. She's going to heft out an enormous rucksack full of flamer tanks. Have you ever seen a Gorgon chem flamer before?
I've never heard of one.
Excellent.
Sister,
Something's wrong. He's not speaking in French.
Sister, I must confess, I feel a strange stirring beneath my codpiece.
Just almost spits to cover her.
We did not castrate him properly.
That is a normal and expected reaction when being presented with a relic of incredible heretic burning power.
Ah, praise be to the God Emperor.
Yes, indeed. Juno will just hand a fucking chem flamer to this dude. Here you go. Did anyone know how to use a heavy bolter?
A couple of them raise hands.
Okay, I actually don't have that with me, but when we get up to the ship, I trust you with the Emperor's fury more than myself at this point. Juno will give a smile. And the Emperor knows that such fury should not be left to waste.
Yeah, murmurs of excitement from among the children.
Get up to the ship, I will equip a couple of them into a heavy bolter team.
Sure. Yeah. Given that they've only had partial augments, yeah, they aren't quite capable of soloing a heavy bolter just yet.
Oh, and I suppose before I forget, since we're here on the planet's surface, I suppose I should pick up my dragons. That seems like an important thing to remember.
If you want to bring them on Pirate Quest,
I feel like they need nurturing as intelligent beings, and
Okay. Oh my god, that's gonna be some exotic cargo.
it is. I mean, look, what in the world is going to seem more rogue traitory than the fucking weird noble lady with 3 dragons crawling all over
Okay, Siri, whatever you say.
her? Shut up! Not the Khaleesi.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
If Juno's Khaleesi, what does that make Amelie?
Arya.
Arya.
Oh yeah, that tracks. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess the question is, are the dragons going to be okay without access to the big flame? I mean, they've got Renault to snack on if they need to.
It's a good question. It's a shame you have no means of answering it.
I see. Well, I guess I can find out for myself, because we have a few days before we leave. This has been over a couple of weeks, actually. But I've just taken them back to the Mother Invention at some point and see if everything's okay there. Can feed off of something else.
When left alone, they are quite lethargic, but
They
you're
are
around. They climb all over you, and are then much more energetic for a bit.
Do I feel any deleterious effects on myself?
You're a bit sleepy. Though that may just be the fact that 3 scaly hot water bottles are pressed up against you.
Or the fact that you're sacking your soul. Either one.
I mean, I'm now scared for Baltus to be near them.
You're the one who wanted to have a pet dragon as well, so you're
I
going
mean,
to have to get
that's
used to it at some point.
We'll
That's true.
find the soul of a psyker delicious.
Alright. Doing an actual diagnosis of yourself, you are exhibiting symptoms of fatigue. It's very much, so far, mild. But yes, they do seem to just be taking your energy in the absence of the big flame. They are nomming on you.
Okay. Yeah, if it's not enough to actually hurt me over a couple days, I think that's probably fine then. Like, if it starts to get actually damaging to Juno in any capacity, she'll pass them off to Renault or Balti for a couple days. She recovers.
Merz, I'm starting to realize we may have created monsters.
No.
What do you may have?
Listen, we let Juno on our team. That was the start of.
It's true. Like, if you didn't want weird, holy, divine shit to start happening, you shouldn't have let Juno come along. But instead, here we are.
So,
I think I can just say for certain, as they get bigger, they are likely to drain more, and it would be quite unsafe for you to keep all three once they get to a certain point. They would probably drain you to death.
Yeah. But that point's probably further away than us going on pirate quest.
Probably.
And these are dragons. I imagine it takes them a long ass time to grow up. So probably fine. And again, if needs must, I can pass the load on to the other psionically active people in the group. I mean, heck, we do have the actual like ship's astropaths. If worse comes to worse, like they're not all working all the time.
Oh god, they're gonna go around and start eating people.
I
We're
mean,
gonna
yes,
do
eventually
it
that's the
because
point.
we're
We're going to
the
make them eat our enemies.
Inquisition.
But for right now, they're just going to eat me, so it's fine.
Oh, it's just oh god, we have created
Look.
unholy monsters.
Look, I have a little tank in my captain's quarters that has 3 gold dragons in it. I don't know what you're so worried about. They're the best and wisest of all dragons. It says so right in the book of a completely unrelated game.
Oh no, I promised myself I'd never take part in this.
So yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we got the Space Marines, we got the baby dragons. Let's see. Presumably we got Moira. Don't want to leave her here by
Yep.
accident. I will make sure that Moira and Balti have the second nicest quarters on the ship. And then yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go.
Okay, so how much space is on this vessel? Merzendi, what class is this vessel again?
It is a nebulous trade transport. It's roughly light cruiser sized.
So I can fit a yes amount of Scythia on it.
Yeah. The fuck, what's it? Give me a moment. My English brain is. Yes, the secret compartments in the cargo bay are suitably large enough to store the Space Marines in their boxes, Scythia in their boxes, and some actual shinies, so that anyone who finds it and sticks their head in will be, satisfied with a cursory inspection.
But I wanted to take my tank. That way, listen. I had a plan for it, and since you're not streaming Merzendi, this is what I wanted to do. It's a couple seconds long.
There actually is one thing I need to take care of before we leave, now that I think about it. I almost forgot all about.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. I need to go talk to Jocks. About that thing I DM'd you last time.
Yeah. I will be right back before that. Okay.
Okay.
Oh God.
Snippy, I don't know what you're so worried about, alright? Juno's really well equipped to raise 3 gold dragons. It's gonna be great.
Jeez, but I've had so many bad experiences with gold dragons in other systems. It's just bleeding over to this one, and the dread is getting to me.
We call that gold dragon racism.
It's fine. I mean, we just found
It's
out
not racism, it's speciesism.
earlier today that possibly the main antagonist of Scowandy is a gold dragon, so that'll be fine.
You know, all the books and the propaganda say they're good, but
I've met one gold dragon that's actually like super good ever, and that was an NPC in one of my games who had the personality of Juno.
Gold dragons are good but very severe. It's typically the silver dragons that are your best friend
yes,
and are really
the
nice.
silvers, the silvers I'm absolutely fine with. The gold ones fuck with your dreams. They fuck with your brain.
I bet to say, are they like Rorschach, where they like just hunt, like literally hunt down evildoers?
No, they're not chaotic. They're lawful.
Oh, okay.
Gold dragons are like the lawful goodest good, and I think like basically every time they're taken, people who play like have gold dragons in their games or role play as gold dragons take them as the lawful stupid paladin archetype, and so typically they're benevolent tyrants because they're like, what if it's a good character but also a tyrannical holier than thou douche? While silver dragons are almost universally loved because silver dragons are good boys and girls.
Oh yeah, no, silvers are absolute bros, but I've never met one.
Despite the fact that gold dragons are supposed to be like really wise teachers and stuff like that, people try to go ham with the lawful aspect. Hello. Welcome back.
According to Plato, a benevolent dictator is the wisest of all.
Correct.
According to
That was
Plato,
the entire that was the entire point behind the Republic.
Yep.
Oh God.
according to Plato and his featherless bipeds.
That was Diogenes.
No, that was Plato.
Diogenes came in screen. Oh yeah, Diogenes was the one who said, "Behold a man." I always just remember Diogenes as being the troll, and so at any point where Diogenes is referred to, he automatically takes over any of the other revered speakers of the time. He once told Alexander the Great to get out of his sunlight. What a guy!
Oh, oh no!
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna tell Balti I need to borrow Moira for a bit, and then stick her on a shuttle and go over to see Jocks.
Sure. You can find him for once not in the grand meeting room, but in a isolated tactical room. There is a hololith that is playing out various void combat scenarios.
Knock on the door ever so gently.
Enter.
Moira, wait here a moment. I'll step in.
Juno.
My lord?
What is it you wish?
I wish to consult your expertise. First, I have brought the Lady Moira. I'd hoped you might find it in your heart to undo the chaos put upon her, but also to examine the life growing within her. After the wedding, I found it scarred, and that frightens me.
Why so? Such is to be expected when one is exposed to the Imperium.
I suppose so, but when I first looked at that baby, it was near on the brightest light for a Ceiko I'd ever seen. Far brighter than Baltus. Near as bright as you. Yet, now it's weakened and scarred over. I hope there might be some way to heal it while it's still in the womb, to undo the damage.
There is none known. None that would not harm it far more, at least.
I understand.
In time, it shall heal as best it can. And I would expect that now the child shall find a higher peak. His wound shall heal into a newfound strength.
I hope you're right. Well, travel is never safe, but are we exposing him or her to undue stress given the predicament?
No more than the rest of you face.
Fine. Thank you. That is all I wish to know.
But I would suggest keep Moira at either your side or at Baltus's. If there's even an interruption of moments in that ship's protection, and the child will be at greater risk. And it will need protecting.
Understood. Thank you for the warning. There's a long silence. Juno will finally add, are you willing to undo the conditioning you put on her?
Yes, she will suffer, but she will live. and she will forget the pain.
Juno will just nod. All right. Moira, lady, you may come in, please.
It will be best if you leave us, Juno.
Are you sure? I am a doctor.
It is for your own sake I say this.
Jill just nods slowly. March out. I'll give Moira's shoulder a squeeze at the door.
She quirks an eyebrow to you. I do not entirely think I like where this is going, but I trust you.
I'm glad. I would say no harm will come to you, but it may hurt a bit. And it is certainly for your own good. Please.
Well, I have had pain before. So long as we come through it. And her hand rests on the very slight bump.
You will. And this little one will soon be stronger than you can imagine.
I have quite an imagination.
I don't think you've yet actually gotten to see Baltus melt someone with his mind. Just missing a couple times. It's really quite something. But I don't mean to distract you, please.
Sure. So, as you leave, the door slides shut behind you. There is screaming. Even past the soothing hymnals, you can hear Moira's voice going raw. But it does not last over long. A minute or two. And the door opens and she steps out. Or more accurately, staggers out. Juno? Never punch power armor. I believe my hand is broken.
Oh, shit. Pull out her earbuds and grab her medical bag. Shit, fuck. Hold still.
Should have used the palm strike. Cha-cha-cha.
I will quickly raise her hand up.
Yeah.
I assume you don't really need me to roll Medicaid at this point?
No. Her knuckles are shattered.
Ow.
And there are multiple fractures in her carpal bones.
Ow.
Yeah, that hand is fucked.
Ooh, does that mean we carry her up and give her a new one?
No. Like, Juno can fix this, it's fine.
But robots.
No. You stop trying to turn everyone I care about into a robot.
But they'll be stronger
No.
and brainwashed.
They will be stronger once they scar over. It's like Jock said. It's fine. Yeah, we'll give her some low-grade painkillers and bandage that arm up. Tell her, give her a sling to rest that in for a while.
You're probably going to have to pin some of those.
Yeah,
This is a surgery level of fixing.
Ow! Oh Jesus! Okay. Right. Here, just keep these wraps on till we get back to the hungering pauper. We'll get you fixed up. Don't worry. I have seen worse.
Can I imagine? At least I didn't snap my wrist off. Oh, that bastard.
Yeah.
I didn't think the angels could be politicians.
They are, in the end, still human.
Oh.
Put an arm around Moira's shoulder and guide her back to the shuttle.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, again, I assume this is mundane enough. I don't need to roll to fix when we get back, but
I will ask you to roll.
Okay.
Just let's see how long it takes to be working
let's
again.
see. I will go ahead and bring Asa in to help because you know I've trained her a lot in Medicaid, as you may have noticed on her sheet. So time to get some practical experience.
Casa will actually, on reviewing the scans, just ask, Juno, you sure this is fixable without augments?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm very good at my job. And
That's just... I don't think I can see a bone that isn't broken.
guess I'll turn to the GM and be like, this is something Juno can fix, right? I mean, not just
Yes.
wasting my time. Okay. Just checking.
Yes, it's, since you are still effectively in downtime, you can. Normally, this would be a chop it off, stick a new one on, because you don't have the time to wait.
Yeah.
This is going to be a long healing process, but it is healable.
Okay. Yes, Juno will nod and say that, and we begin. Not that long.
She'll probably have limited functionality in 3 weeks, and healed basically up to stuff in 6.
Once we're done, I will ruffle Cass's hair after washing my hands off. Say, see, Cass? Everything's fixable with a little elbow grease. The passion.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many pins in there, though. It's almost as much metal as an augmetic anyway.
Well, perhaps, but as long as she stays away from powerful magnets, I think she'll be happy.
Why did you put that image in my head? I shouldn't laugh.
Just give her a big slap on the back. Imagining horrible things happening to people is unfortunately just part of the job. Oh, Really should make sure there aren't any powerful magnets on the crew decks, actually. Oh god. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Gonna go make sure everything's actually fine. And then, yeah. Give Moira a prescript for painkillers that won't interfere with La Bebe. And set her on her way back to Balti. I guess I'll just go with her to Balti so I can explain what happened.
Yes.
Since I did just kind of abscond with her.
Yeah, Baltus. Sometime later, Moira and Juno return. Moira is looking quite pissed off, and one of her arms is just in a cast.
What the fuck, Juno?
I punched Jacques in the face.
Okay, that makes sense. No. Oh, good on you. He deserves it.
I don't think I'll be doing it again, though.
No, if you do that again with that hand, I probably will have to amputate it. That said, Balti, yes, I got Jocks to undo the damage. Not that but
Yeah, okay, yeah, I know the.
yeah. That said, could I have a word in private with you, please, real quick?
Oh, okay.
Just to apologize to Balti real quick for that. Step outside. Juno, once the door closes, do a little head bow and say, "I'm sorry for taking her without consulting you, but I realized we were about to leave, and there's something I needed Jocks to look at before we left with Moira. I don't know if you've taken a close look at your child growing inside her, but
I've not had the chance, no.
I'll save you the effort, then. You're going to have a very, very powerful psyker. Very powerful. The exposure at the wedding caused some soul scarring, I noticed when Narcia and I were examining everyone. Jacques says it will heal with time, and the baby is not at any particular risk normally from warp travel, but either you or I should be at Moira's side at all times. And I mean, even when it's time to bathe. Understand? Like, at all times.
Like, he understands, but... Okay, he's not opposed to spending more time with his waifu, but also, like...
Might or might not have doomed her first child, so, that's...
Oh, yeah, that's definitely...
I
yeah.
contemplate about that.
Yeah, Juno's just gonna reach up and pat Baltus's cheek. It will be fine, but any disruption to the Gellar field could be catastrophic without some form of psychic shielding, which is to say, one or the other of us. Understand?
Understand, yeah.
Fine. I will leave her to your care then. If ever you need to have some alone time, I will be happy to take over the watch for as long as you need. And make sure she doesn't use that hand for anything. That really was a tremendous amount of surgery she just had.
How hard did she punch him?
I think according to Castle, we'd have used less metal just giving her an augment.
Good God.
Did break every single bone in her arm.
That.
When she heals, do not make that woman mad. She will possibly kill you.
But she's still got the other arm. That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh yes, that was her left hand. It's true.
Oh, don't worry. She does not need her hands to kill you.
No, she also has a sword.
And legs, and her head.
It's true. She may just step on you to death. Maybe Balti's into that. I don't know, but
Baltus suicide arc too. You can't stop this man from running so
Image,
mad.
you just planted an image in Baltus's head.
Excellent. You're welcome. That's what Juno does today. All right. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Just let me know if there are any complications or issues.
Okay. Are you he's actually, is this for like all time, or is this only while we're in warp travel?
Oh, only in the warp, and presumably only until the child's born. I think it'll be fine after that point, but we'll see. You can see the scarring for yourself if you like. Jacques says it will heal.
I'm not sure, but okay.
Juno's spread her hands. Well, he's not lied to us so far, so I see no reason not to trust his word regarding a baby. Of all the petty ways to fuck us, I think murdering a child is a little bit beneath him.
Not making us murder a child, but yeah.
You get the idea.
Yes.
Oh, and one last thing. Magnets. Have her stay away from powerful magnets. That will actually rip her hand off.
All right. Baltus is just gonna remove the hand remove the skin on his left hand.
Okay, yes, but that's not an augment she has. That
yeah,
and it will cause a tremendous amount of physical pain. Look, Juno's just gonna throw her hands up. I can replace the hand if I have to, but it will hurt a lot and for no real reason other than just accidental.
Baltus, he just goes, you're overthinking this. If there's a magnet, I would also know about the magnet.
Yes, but your arm just comes off. Hers doesn't.
Good point, but
doesn't come off yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, correction, her arm will come off. It just isn't meant to be removed.
Wait, I'm not sure if I put in the quick disconnect. I might have paid for that. So,
well, good luck. Anyway, see you later. just gonna crab away.
Wait a minute. Did we put the quick disconnect? Wait, Juno. As you just leave the room. What?
Good luck.
Well,
all right. Now I think we're ready to go.
Yep, just give me a few moments. Okie dokie. And now, just zoop up all the PC tokens.
Straight, I was saying the same thing. Only I'm just imagining fucking jocks just coming in, like bumps me out of the way, takes the baby, and just runs like it's a football. Like just straight Mora looks up, and just jog, just takes it, run. What? Wait.
Just Moira looks up and Baltus is in the wall like Wile E. Coyote, saved only by his artificer armor.
Yeah, basically.
Sorry,
Although
it'll just be a moment.
that might make things a bit. Oh no, Jox pretty much has control on the planet. Makes things interesting, not necessarily difficult.
Now I'm bringing the NPCs over. I realize Narcia is basically the only one who doesn't have like a follower of her own.
Narcia does not need a follower. She has several.
I thought you had Jeff.
Because she's in charge, in her mind at least.
Now they've started dating, I've sort of put Jeff under Amelie.
Felix.
I was trying to set Narcia and Felix up,
Yeah, but he isn't, a follower.
Useful.
I mean,
wait, Mora?
If everything goes right, he shouldn't become a follower.
Yeah, Mora's
because
absolutely a
he'll
follower.
fucking die.
She's kind of pregnant and injured right now, but once she recovers from those conditions, she's a very strong sword fighter.
Oh.
I'm a map.
Excuse me.
I'll have you know I'm playing double duty here trying to beat the sword fighters. Graves and Amelie.
Well, now we have a third NPC.
Emily is fighting with a sword right now.
I swear to God, if DCL now has to play my wife, when she kicks the bucket, I'm going to be upset.
If you think I won't do it.
I know you will. That's why I bring it up.
So yeah, this isn't an accurate picture of the ship. This is just a 40k ship. So the time comes for you to putter out of Lev. The Eternal Flame and Mother of Invention both fire off a grand salute. Where are you on the vessel? There are 4 major areas. The bridge, residential quarters, the cargo bay with the Space Marines, and the engineering section.
Well, for the parting salute, I would ideally like to be on the bridge so I can see it before I have to actually do anything useful.
Yes, of course. Expect most of you will be on the bridge for that, but after.
So I will have specifically asked Eloa to kind of chill near the Gellar field, which I assume is in engineering.
Yes.
Because that shit's super important. and I don't 100% trust this old rust bucket.
As if I'm not always down there. In fact, I was going to do a thing before we went underway.
Oh, well, I mean,
It is time to start the cruise, but yeah, you have a bit before you reach the warp point.
Well, I was going to use Master Engine Seer to give the vessel an overlook.
Sure. Could you show me that talent again?
Do 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 do. And it's in the Magos one, so.
All right. Yeah. In that case, you don't need to roll. You can just tell. His ship is old, and while on the surface level, it's been thoroughly cared for. Not perfectly, but thoroughly. Looking, well, no, not old enough to be better, unfortunately. In this case, it is old and tired. And beneath the surface, looking into details, there are a fair few places where there have been corners cut, shortcuts, little lapses of judgment. By themselves, nothing is sufficient to cause a problem, but they keep showing up, and taken as a collective, Rust Bucket might be in a bit of a danger from a hard jump. Once you start taking damage, it's likely to spiral.
Alright, well, I'm going to do my job and just start with the smallest threads and just start tamping out problems. I'm going to spend a fate point on this
Sure.
so that I succeed with 6 degrees of success. And that's going to be my trip. I'm going to be very busy making sure the first time we get shot, we don't just we won't even blow up. We'll just pathetically drift off into pieces as the Lego blocks unclick.
However, there is something of specific note. Well, but maybe of specific note. How do you feel about scrutiny rolls, Eloa?
I feel like I have that maxed out.
All right, go for it.
Difficulty, please.
-10.
Okay, well then we're back to normal then. I don't have my massive bonuses for this, unlike I do everything else. This is sight-based and stuff like that, right? I have augmented senses.
Yes, this is visual.
I'm pretty sure that's only a +10, and I don't want to waste time by looking, so we're just going to call it a +10, which means a 0.
All right.
Listen, Bob, go
So-
get that gin. Don't listen to Snippy. He's sober like me.
So, there is something of specific note in the Gellerfield chamber. Things that are just a little off. And indeed the icon of Saint Geller has been inverted. The guard servitor, it's multi-melter primed, as slowly rotates in the corner. It's a corner that should be used for, or at least by your standards from the Calixus sector should be used for an incense burner, not a defensive mechanism. There are a few other things. They're just very slightly off to you.
Off how?
Well, they don't match with what you would expect the care to be given. Oh, sorry, I mangled that. By your expectations, as a Magos initially trained in the Calixus sector, they do not measure up to the level of care and veneration should be given to the Gellerfield. The saint's icon being inverted, that is especially troubling.
Alright. So I'm going to start throwing some forbidden lores at this. Do you want a tech use first for me to give an in-depth scan with my auspex? I see something wrong, so I want to scan it and then go reach into forbidden lores, either add mech or archaeotech. Or any other one that I can use and just use depth of knowledge.
Sure, you can make a scan. Don't need to roll. Yeah. All of those little half solutions, little patch jobs. This is among the worst of them. It's not quite outside of normal regulation. It's not that bad, but it is the Gellerfield, and it's just been almost half-assed. Little blessings that have clearly been recycled. Weld lines. Things that are acceptable in expedience, but you would expect normally to be replaced in full once you get to a dock.
I'm not going into the ghoul stars with it to slapdash.
And yeah, there is definite etheric resonance in here, which is, I think, somewhat concerning.
Alright. Grail Dark, yeah. Ghoul Stars is in Calixus, where I'm from. Alright, who's currently pretending to be captain? Who has the bill of captain right now? Do we have Augie with us?
Supposedly.
Is Narcia the captain?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright. Merzendi, I would like to... Gellerfields are Archaeotech, correct?
Some of them. This one is not. This is one of the Psycho in a Box ones.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Alright. I would like to throw then Forbidden Lore Adeptus Mechanicus or Forbidden Lore Astra Telepathica at this to figure out how long it'll take me to very carefully ensure that once we fire this up, we don't, the end of Halo 3 ourselves.
I'm not familiar, but I assume it ends with an explosion.
One part of the ship goes in one part of the slip space. The other part of the ship goes on the other.
Oh.
And then, due to the catastrophe of that explosion, you get the terrible, terrible sequels made by a different company that drink paint thinner.
Mm.
That's one way to talk about the Halo 3's ending.
Yeah. Sure, you can. I think Adeptus Mechanicus will do.
Okie dokie. Difficulty, please.
Plus 10. Okay. So the short version is not without dry docking this ship. You cannot fully fix this. But the good news is, you can definitely bring it to a level where you aren't going to get anything more than flutters in it.
Okie dokie.
As it is, the slapdash job will probably be sufficient to stop it from being any more than flutters, but you can guarantee that.
How long will that take me? Also, I should move myself right here.
Yeah, you can get that done in the time it takes to cruise out to the jump point.
Alright. Well, I'm going to connect with Narcia over secure line and give her an info dump in Technolingua. And finish it up with saying, yeah, I'm staying right next to the Geller field just in case.
I am going to try to conceal my disdain for the half-assing of the Geller field, but I'm not going to just sow my visible fury. I'll just send you back a burst of Technolingua, acknowledging what you said to me.
Okay. Well, I am currently wiggling my tentacles and my living hive all over the Geller field. We're as good as we can go, guys. I'm going to stay here so we don't, end up in about 6 pieces.
Sure. Is Eloa going to communicate that to anybody else, or is that just an RC?
Do you want? Well, the reason why she sent it to Narcia is because that's also roughly about 30 pages of technical info.
I mean, fair.
Juno,
So
may I bore you for a moment?
Of course, Narcy. What's on your mind?
Lean in real close. Yeah, so this Geller field might be a little bit half-assed.
Is it fast enough that we need to worry, or?
Oh no, still perfectly functional. It's just. So, how much do you know about Geller fields?
Narcy, as far as I'm concerned, almost all technology might as well be magic.
Well, I mean, it's still perfectly functional. It's just, well, you kind of take. Actually, no. We'll talk about Geller fields another day. You don't need to hear all the technical talk, but rest assured that as long as Eloa is down there, things are gonna be fine.
Okay.
It's just going to be very convincing of this whole privateer thing we have going on. Everything is just as it needs to be. Because
Well,
if we had one of the better fields, not one of the modern ones the Imperium makes, that might also be raising questions.
right.
It's a good thing we have Eloa on board.
By half-assed, you wouldn't suspect it was done on purpose, just incompetence, right?
Well, I personally suspect it's incompetence. I don't know about Eloa.
Okay.
But here's the thing, Juno. If someone had sabotaged the field intentionally, we would not have the ship on our hands. And no one wants to be stranded into the warp. Trust me, no one wants to be stranded into the warp. It's just that our Magos is used to a lot more competency with her adepts. Which is what I'm honestly used to as well.
Can I
Too
make
much
a
competency.
recommendation to for you
Sure, go ahead.
Martians? Maybe have some Scutarii posted up around engineering as well.
Oh, yes.
Just in case, you know. Since we
I'm
have them
pretty
and
sure
we're
Eloa has
not...
those with her every time.
Yeah. You might want to talk to the Zephyr. Up to you, though. I'm not sure I would know the right questions. Or have Eloa do it. One of the two.
Me?
Someone should
No,
talk to him.
no. Yeah, it's just as you said. This is something I feel our Magos would be able to handle better. In fact, I'm going to inquire about just that. I'm gonna shoot back a message in Eloa to Eloa, and see if she could inquire about the state of the Geller field with the local Mechanicus. Ascertain if it's possible sabotage, or if it's just half-assed, as all ships in the Imperium are nowadays, because we're all used to a much higher level of both luxury and competency. This is how the average Imperial ship is run.
Alright, Merzendi. What's I want to send our create a encrypted link between an encrypted live link between myself and the bridge.
Sure.
Do I need to roll for that?
No.
I want to make it next to impossible even for another tech priest to decipher.
Okay, now you need to roll.
Yes.
Security, please.
Thank you. Difficulty, please.
+0, it's DOS that matter. You are basically rolling to set the difficulty.
Got it. Security. I believe I have an input for that.
While you do that, I will quickly hop away and grab a drink.
Sure thing. I'm just looking over my implants real quick.
Scow's been doing that lately.
Do what?
Looking over her implants.
But yeah, Bob, if you want to try the Glen, but you don't want to dilute it with ice first, then just pour it in a chilled glass.
Oh, I remember the very first time I got drunk.
Me too.
It was with gin. Of course, had 7 different type of drinks before the gin, but the gin was the thing that pushed me over the edge.
Mine was going to my buddy Tito's house, and we had Tecate and Nicaraguan rum he smuggled from his mom's plantation in the south. Well, in the
Fucking
south, I
rum.
mean South America. Nicaraguan rum hits crazy, man. It's like it was like dark as molasses. It was pretty sweet, so it didn't burn so much, and we put it in with Coke because, of course, my first drunk was rum and Coke, like a basic. But oh my god,
Fucking rum
it was
always
so good.
hits.
It's like that shit must have been like 110 proof.
Probably like before they had the like water. It's like the OG rum.
It was good though. His mom used to bring all sorts of crazy stuff from Nicaragua because she owned the best thing was because she owned some coffee plantations. Her coffee that they make in like that fresh volcanic soil. My God, it's so good.
God. To this very day, rum will always kick my ass. I can drink just about anything else, and it's not really gonna hit me, but I've yet the best rum. Rum fucks me up.
That's not really a lot of gin. Not gonna. Or is that? I don't know. I've never had.
Oh my god, I love that bottle. You know exactly what's in it.
Hello.
That Merzendi, look at that bottle. Can you guess what's in it?
Merz.
Wow, that's
Oh my god.
Is that pee? Am I about to drink pee?
That's definitely people.
smell it. You should be able to tell.
No, guys, we swear this is gin and not Uncle Victor's donkey piss.
I've never seen gin that was yellow before. I can say that for sure.
I've seen gin that's been bright blue.
Yeah, you
Bombay
can. You can get any number of coloured gins, but they normally have more of a brand than just gin.
Yeah, no, what the fuck is that?
The super minimalist thing of that, it's so good.
What the fuck kind of gin is that?
I don't know.
This is probably gonna turn you blind if you drink it. I suggest it.
I mean, okay, it does smell very sweet.
But does it smell of piss?
No.
Okay, good.
It's one of those unique bottles that reminds me of old carbine.
Ooh,
You guys ever had that?
no.
Old carbine. That's the shape of the tequila bottle. Shaped like a carbine.
Alright,
Fuck, I want that.
Eloa, you have a pretty hecking secure channel.
Alright. So this Zephyr fellow, what rank is he? Is he just the engines what's it called?
Engineer Primus.
Engineer Prime?
Yes.
Alrighty. I guess so I'm gonna create the link of this to the bridge. That way I don't have to relay this over and over to the rest of the party. So it's like we're right here with the magic of telecommunication. It only took us 40,000 years to remember.
Glorious. So, you can find him. As you have taken over the Gala Field, he is, well, rather, they are, they are tending to the plasma drive.
Oh, Bob just taking straight pulls. Well, enjoy your Lysol. All right. Eloa is going to seek out Primus Zephyr.
Yes, as I said, you can find them at the plasma drive.
Primus Zephyr. Magos Omicron.
Your reputation precedes you. The Sororita in command told me that that you would be accompanying us. I apologize for the state of the vessel. I have done what I can.
Necessary repairs were observed and approved. Okay, hang on. Someone was talking to me. All right. So, Why was this vessel not ordered to dry dock?
Matters of capital. The vessel's former owners calculated, but they could not afford to do so.
I figured as much. The what I don't even know what you would call it. The Psychona Geller field. What is the not the origin? What it would be? What was the purpose behind the inversion of the holy symbols?
Oh, that happened again.
So Imperial Force side effect then?
Affirmative. I have attempted to fully consecrate it, and each time I have observed them inverted, I have replaced them. However, their inversion recurs.
Understood. Alright. I assume that was among the repairs I was going to try, right? Would be putting that back.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put a mental note. And basically, rather than go through the incredibly dry conversation of all of the upgrades and stuff like that, we're just going to do the tech use thing for a while, and then back and forth go through. Well, it's not going to take a really long time in Technolingua, but you know, all of the repairs, and then cross-referencing the repairs that I just did for the repairs that need to be done. You know, that kind of thing.
Sure.
And finally, I want to alright. This ship's this vessel's shipyard and origin, please. Yeah, no, don't worry, Juno. I already, I'm about 12 steps ahead on that point, but I got to finish up this stuff first. I've got some calls to make. And technically, you're on the line too if Narcia is bothering translating Technolingua to you.
Constructing shipyard. Let's see. 3 shipyards of Luxor. Origin date 674 M40.
Alrighty. Do you have access to Merzendi? What is it called? Operational history? It's just basically the history of the vessel, all of its deployments, and anything of note.
Yeah.
Okay. What's it called? Is that just operational history?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Wasn't sure if there was a word for it. Requesting it. I need access to the ship's operational history. I have seen some Imperial bleed out that I do not like. Listen, I'm getting to that, Baltus and Juno, but I'm talking to the robot man in engineering right now.
Okay, that's why I put it in parentheses. So
Yeah.
it's out of character.
Don't worry, I'm on it.
Yes. The ship's master should have already provided a full log and recorded manifest history. I can corroborate as required.
Alright, I want to compare and contrast the Mechanicus logs to the official logs because, oh boy, do bureaucrats like rubbing things out that they don't like written down. The Mechanicus keeps track of every single flaw in a vessel.
Sure. So, first thing you note, the official logs, this ship was dry docked 5 years ago. The Mechanicus log records falsification of records to indicate dry docking.
Excellent.
Yeah. It is actually finished with a little colon bracket. And you'll find several other little annotations like that across Zephyr's log. They don't appear entirely happy with the situation the ship is in. Also, find one other thing of note. The ship, when the official log reports supply run from Bly to Walpurgis, no incidents. The Mechanicum log report records minor incursion, recommendation, refurb, replacement of Gellerfield generator. This is about 12 years ago.
Alright, so all of these comparison records are being shown to everyone else, but because Eloa can process information far faster than anyone other than Narcia, she's just going to do the equivalent of drawing a highlighter over things.
Yes. And I would note Bly to Walpurgis. The official log reports that they transited via Scargul and the Aura passage through to the Bayern run. The Mechanicus shortcut via Grail Dark.
Fun.
Or be able to note as well. That is the last time this ship transited the Grail Dark.
And that was how many years ago?
12?
Okay. And the ship's operational history in the last 12 years? Anything of note?
Nothing that well, no more inconsistencies beyond the occasional falsification of records to indicate dry docking. No other incursions reported on either side. The Mechanicus does have a little note about about 2 years ago, a transition to Ortho at several servitors gained partial self-awareness. They were terminated.
Alright, what deck was this on?
This was in the engineering cluster.
As I suspected, Eloa thinks to herself. rubbing her chin with a tendril. No, but no seriousness. All right. Is that the length and breadth of the Mechanicum records then?
The interesting ones.
Okay. So I'm going to compile all those. Very well.
Also, just to point out for anyone who has forgotten, as you aren't on the sector map, Ortho is a planet along. It's where you're going to pick up material wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Please, everything's fine. Everything's fine about this, which is why I'm also going to bid Zephyr farewell. Are the people who kept falsifying the records still in charge aboard the vessel? Well, not in charge, but aboard the vessel. When did this vessel change hands?
When you got on board. And,
all right, where did we kick them to?
Narcia, Juno?
Sorry?
The ship's master, who you assumed authority over, what did you do with him?
Well,
I sort of
good
assumed he
question.
was still on the ship.
Yay, we can
You
do
know, I have a great
Inquisitors,
idea for this man. As a captain, I would need a second mate. Need my immediate, the immediate next to me in the chain of command.
I think that's first mate.
At first mate.
But
So
I don't
he's-
even know how the Imperial Navy works. This isn't the Imperial Navy, right? This is just another member of...
This is a charterist vessel.
Yeah, okay.
It was purchased from the conglomerate of Light by the Moite Food Company.
Okay, look. If I'm a captain, then he can be the...
Cabin boy, got it.
I was gonna say, like an ensign, maybe a lieutenant commander.
I mean, so in the British system, in the Age of Sail, captain and ship's master were two different posts.
Perfect.
They were often occupied by the same person, but they didn't have to be.
That's how we're gonna do it. He's gonna be the ship's master, I'm gonna be the captain, so we can keep up our cover and he can still do his duty without being fucked over too much.
Oh!
This guy's been
do I even
temporarily
have this
requisitioned, but
guy?
he's going to get his ship back and all that later, so there's no need for undue humiliation or stress on his part.
And maybe with the only minimal amount of torture after we try to figure out what's going on with this spooky vessel. Speaking of spooky vessel time. Narcia, tell Juno and Baltus to come to engineering and tell them to bring whatever awards or Psychana they can.
They're on our way.
How many magnets are there?
Don't worry. There are no magnets at all. I can't guarantee there won't be any magnets once we enter the warp. The warp could just make every single wall a magnet.
That's true, but I'm not really worried for me and my possibly detachable arm. My wife. Oh, we're not entering the warp yet, though, are we? Okay.
No, that's probably not gonna happen this session.
Okay.
I was expecting it this session, but you guys decided to be very thorough.
As we do. As we do.
Sorry.
The engine is bleeding warp shenanigans.
This is fine.
Okay, so I guess.
This is actually useful and part of my job.
Yay.
And means I don't just get to rub a greater demon on you.
But
Yay!
that's half
And
the reason
Emily
we
goes,
entered
"Aw."
the ship.
Look, trying to hear people.
Out of character, we want to face the demon. Specifically, I want Emily to face the demon. I feel like Emily and the greater demon would mix so well. Just not me, only Emily.
But yeah, I will
Yeah,
grab
around.
as much of my religious hoo-ha as I can and zip on it down to engineering. Probably
Sure.
take Castle along with me.
Does anyone else want to come?
No.
Okay. When we accidentally summon a demon, it'll be fine.
It's fine. Casa has a plasma.
Yeah,
cannon.
I'll come along because if there's accidental demon summoning.
I mean, you do need a tour of the ship, so, You have not gotten a tour yet, Emily. Neither has Ceiko, actually. But, Ceiko might have better things to do with stuff like those nerds.
Neither is Baltus, actually.
Yes. All of you, come to the tour of the ship. We should probably do the tour now before we actually have to go into the warp so you know where everything is instead of stumbling around in the dark when we're supposed to know the ship intimately.
Yes, of course. I will give everyone the show around on our way down to engineering since it's all the way on the
Yeah.
other end of the ship.
You can start doing your consecration and I will keep giving them the tour because I'm not needed for that.
Isn't the bridge right there?
I've shoved it up at the front just for ease of not stacking things on top of each other. But yes, strictly speaking, I believe it works like an Imperial Star Destroyer.
Yeah, because that's the battering ram with what they used to batter in ram.
I would
Yeah.
want my bridge to be on the very tippy top of the battering ram. Obviously. Why wouldn't you?
I think the way they actually do it is, again, stealing from the actual Royal Navy. They have multiple bridges. And you can just command from the boarding bridge if you want.
Well, that's the manliest bridge, so clearly where we all are.
That's not stealing from the Navy. That's stealing from the Federation.
No, that's stealing from Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, okay.
Why do so many sci-fi... No, never mind. Stupid question.
Why do so many sci-fi just take from England? Well, I mean,
Well,
gestures broadly.
Well, you see, English culture is just human culture for a lot of the planet.
No, I was about to say, why do they keep exposing the bridges that is nestling in somewhere safe where your command stuff just doesn't
Because
get
it's
blown
cool.
up?
Well, that's actually what Battlestar Galactica does. Their command bridge is way down in the guts of the ship.
See, now they're smart.
They just have a ceremonial bridge, too. Anyway.
The ceremonial what now?
They have an extra bridge where they can do all their, cool stuff for the TVs. Like, it's an actual thing where they have the president on the ship and stuff because it's the flagship of the Navy.
Okay,
So
that's cool.
It's very nice, ornate bridge and has windows and shit. And when combat actually begins, everyone abandons that shit and goes down into the real bridge.
Yeah, you have the normal bridge, you have the combat bridge. Often you have a flag bridge for, shoving an admiral into to masturbate.
Yeah.
At least in most sci-fi, that's basically all they do, since 90% of the time it's just one ship.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Can go on a brief tour and to conclude it, the Gellerfield Chamber. The defensive servitor has changed. It is now one of the ones equipped with a heavy bolter. It As soon as Juno steps in, a laser targeter just forms on her chest.
Look down. Excuse you.
It did not have a heavy bolter 45 minutes ago. Is the image inverted again?
It's not just the gun has changed, it is quite clearly a different servitor. They seem to rotate guard duty. And yes, the image is inverted.
Alright, I'm going to pull up an image of the... I'm going to pull up an image of the seal when I got here, the seal when I replaced it, and then gesture to the seal now. Imperial energy is bleeding out of the Geller field.
Oh,
Seems beyond. And this Geller field is not one of our. I forgot what we decided to call it in this game, but it is not one of our Imperial pylons. This one uses an antiquated, not an antiquated, but an inefficient system.
is it the one where we turn a Psyker into a nugget and stick him in a box?
You what?
It
That
is. It is a highly inefficient system.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, you can feel just something inside the Geller field is in pain and is a human soul, and it is screaming. Oh god, it is screaming.
Okay, so
Oh.
Juno, remember I was telling you that explaining how most Geralt field's work is going to take a while? Yeah, no, the latest models are just we take a human, take a psyker, and we make him have pleasant dreams while being
Incorrect.
psychically active, and that's pretty permanent.
So with one hand,
Incorrect.
Juno's going to put it on Narcia's shoulder and bring her in, and the other, you can all hear the heavy bolter on her staff just being flicked off of safety. And she'll say through gritted teeth, "Those are not pleasant dreams, Narcish. That person is in horrific agony."
I was getting to that point. Now, as long as the dreams remain pleasant and the psyche of the psyker is not disturbed, the Geller field remains operational at full efficiency. However, certain complications may arrive with continued years of use.
In any case, this vessel has not been properly serviced in a long time. And no, this isn't the newest version of a Geller field. It is simply the cheapest and the most unreliable. In essence, if the warp is a sea, then you are relying on a liquid substance of a different viscosity to keep you buoyant in the warp, rather than actively repel it like a proper Geller field should.
Oh, that just sounds all sorts of dangerous.
Correct.
Yes,
Baltus,
that's how most humanity's
Mhm.
traveling.
yeah, you have Adeptus Astra Telepathica as your background, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. This is 90% of Geller fields.
Okay. Yeah. That
They are-
explains.
You people
They are not good.
Spoiled.
I'm gonna look at Eloa and say, "Is the part about this psyker having pleasant dreams actually a thing? Because these are not pleasant dreams our psyker's having."
Merzendi. I thought, well, first of all, I thought for the most part in this game we threw out a lot of the Grim Derp and just said that they were pylons. That
Yeah.
was a thing.
That is the majority of them in important vessels, like the majority in the Navy, but merchant vessels. A psyker is cheap. honestly.
Okay.
So when you are trying to save money, you do, instead of getting the good version, you get, discount Jim Soulless.
Okay. And that leads into my next question. I absolutely have no idea how one of these Geller fields work, but Eloa would.
Sure. So Narcia's more or less told the truth. They often don't have pleasant dreams entirely of their own accord. The ideal is for them to, and that makes it more stable. But quite often, no, they just have soul-destroying nightmares without any perceivable cause. This is a really inefficient and terrible type of Geller field, but it's cheap.
Much of this vessel has many records to indicate that the master and commander of it preferred to cut corners in any way possible, much to the detriment of the vessel, likely the crew, and obviously someone like that would not want to put a single crown towards a proper Geller field. This is what we have left. And the Psychana is bleeding all over the ship.
Oh.
And we're about to enter the warp.
Okay.
Juno's at this point just like meditative breathing, trying not to just flip her shit.
All this is like
In
But-
and out, in and out.
I missed this by like being born on the wrong day.
Okay.
Fuck.
Hello. Is there anything we can do for this person?
That was my question for you and Baltus. I am not a psyker.
Well,
But can't we just like dump a bunch of like endorphins into him?
I don't know how that would affect the Geller field, but if all that is required is a psychic person's presence, then either through medication or my inimitable presence, I will do what I can to ease their suffering till such time as we can fix this issue.
I am sure that the records will have been transferred to you. There was a warp incursion aboard this vessel, and one that happened close to our destination.
Another big, deep breath. Let it out through the mouth. Okay. Okay. Going to try very hard not to go up to the bridge and shoot the master.
Actually, do we know about how the wards for the Gellerfield was like backwards?
That was the first thing I showed you guys.
Okay.
Yes, when you came in, well, it's not the wards. It's nothing as dangerous as the wards. It is the icon of Saint Geller. That was inverted. It's like you go into a church and suddenly the crucifix is upside down.
Which still drives me nuts that people say that that's evil.
Okay.
It
At
is,
St.
huh?
Peter's Cross.
Yeah.
It's a crit.
Yeah.
It's a holy symbol still.
Somebody who knows anything about technology. 2 questions. How fucked are we if I pull this person out with the intention that we put her back in before making a warp jump? And 2, failing that, is there a medical duct or other means of getting medication in there?
So there might not be much for you to pull out in terms of skin, bones, and
Shh. Don't no. Shh.
So, one incredibly what?
I was answering the questions as Juno asked them.
So you can't pull that person out, and yes, we can't get. Okay. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's no door. That would just make too much sense and ruin the grim derp.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there isn't much of him left. Actually, there isn't any of him left. It's more like
He's a brain in the
Don't no. Shush. Hello. Would you mind looking through the records for me real quick and finding out? Really, I just want to know the gender of this person. I'll explain why if it matters later.
Oh, okay.
I will just fast forward here. The gender is not recorded. The name is not recorded. There is just simply a record. When this ship was purchased by the Moite Food Company, Ceiko installed. Well, sorry. Psi-type Gellerfield installed. Core component due for replacement. M41 650.
That component's never been replaced, has it?
of course not.
Hmm. I
It's
think
very
we
hard to
found the
find
source of our
Gellerfield.
problem, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. You
I
want to be on the
don't
haunted
think
ship.
any amount of warding or consecration is going to fix this problem. However, well, there's really no way of communicating with this poor bastard, so I'm going to, I suppose, sit here and project happy thoughts and give happy drugs.
Excuse
And
me, Juno. Have you never been on another ship? Like a normal Galler? This is what most of the Imperium has been using for millennia.
I feel like I have to keep reminding you of this, Narcia, but first time I left Terra in almost 2 decades was with Reeve to come join you guys.
Well, you and I have many horrific things to discover.
Don't we? Anyway, still, I hate this. This needs to be replaced regardless. Or this, just kind of indicate the inverted icon. It's just going to get worse. We've gone beyond just malappropriation of imperial resources into outright just cruelty and torture. So I will do what I can to ease this person's suffering until such time as we can deal with the issue on a more permanent basis, which right now we have neither time nor luxury to do. So, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to brew up a bunch of very, very happy drugs to hopefully keep this brain from screaming too much. And hope to God that that'll get us through.
And then you put enough happy drugs that the person becomes Dr. Dalla from New Vegas.
So,
Doctor Who, sorry?
Dr. Dalla? The perverted brain in a
Yes.
jar?
Yes.
Yeah, that's from the DLC.
God, I love that DLC.
I love that DLC too, but still, the DLC, surprisingly, is something many people have not played.
So, Juno?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the drugs have absolutely no effect.
Outstanding.
They don't even have the decency to make it worse.
So how is Juno coping?
Not great.
I thought as much.
At this point, the best I can do is sit here and pray and try and give spiritual counsel. So that is what I'm going to do for the most of this journey. I will consecrate the grounds just in case, of course, but at this point, you all might as well get back to your business and go find something fun to do. I'll be down here for basically the whole time.
I must ensure that the
Oh,
Geller field does not fail.
Yes.
Narcy,
Mm-hmm.
would you like to interrogate the erstwhile master of this vessel as to the specific nature of the warp incursion?
Yeah. I think I will.
Would you like an escort of Scutarii in case there's any resistance to your gentle ministrations?
I really do not think that will be a problem. However, I wouldn't be opposed to having Emily escort me up there.
That's
Well-
even more dangerous.
I know.
Amelie,
It's like,
Yes.
sweetie,
Yes.
if the captain does or says anything you find even mildly perturbing, don't be gentle.
Oh, and
I
to be
feel like
actually-
I
to
feel
be
like if I
actually-
don't, there won't be. I feel like if I don't, there won't be anything left of him.
Oh well.
Yeah, maybe just use your fists, princess. At least till he's answered the boss's questions.
Okay, so when you say captain, you mean the other captain, not me.
The master of the ship, yes, of course.
Oh, good. I don't want to get the shit bitten out of me from Emily.
No, although, really, you shouldn't be giving her any cause.
well, no, what we just need to do is give Amelie just a blunt-tipped length of like a little steel rod with a hilt on it. It'd take Eloa like 5 seconds. She can't really kill someone with it unless she really tried. But there is plenty of smacking to do. Have you ever been whipped with a friggin' what are they called? The AM FM antennas from a car?
Oh God,
That
Not
that
actually.
hurts.
the only thing comparable is the actual fucking dipstick.
Yep.
I have surprisingly been spared from both of those.
What crack?
I've been spared from the dipstick, and thankfully the military antennas are like overly large and covered in plastic for no reason.
Well, obviously not no reading, isn't it?
It does soften the blow, yes.
the leading cause for GIs going to the infirmary for 10 years was Jeep-related antenna accidents.
I'd believe that. Oh, those actually were long and springy.
Yep. I watched MASH. Anyways.
So yes, guys can split off. So it was Narcy and Amelie going to interrogation time.
I really
Jeff
do not feel
is-
like this is going to come down to a fight.
Oh, I can only be so hopeful.
I gotta be near my. Oh well, how soon are we planning on going into the warp?
few more days.
Okay.
So, just so you're aware, Emily, what you're seeing here.
Hold on, please. We aren't actually at the stage of starting that yet. Want to establish where everyone else is going first, because yeah, there'll be a thing.
Do you want to just go from like to
Yeah. Well, I know you two are staying. So Baltus, where go?
If I'm not going to, I don't think I'm needed in the Gellerfield, or specifically, I won't be by myself. I think I might be checking out the. I might just be checking out the. I want to check out cargo, but I also want to check out the bunks.
Check out the bunks. Got it.
Wherever
Sure.
you are, might as well start keeping more with you just in case.
Ceiko, then, where you go?
I'd probably stick with Juno.
Okay, so you're staying with the Gellerfield.
Yeah, might as well.
Sure.
Thank you, Snippy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head with Narcia.
Okay.
You trained me enough that your family has to get rough. I can keep him alive.
Of course. Do me a favor and let Augie know where I am and why.
Will do, Juno.
Thanks, dear.
Good luck in here.
I hope I won't need luck, just faith.
Well, the Emperor gives them both. Sure. So, a little while later, about a time at the interrogation quartet can get to the bridge to find the master, the Geller chamber door opens. A servitor lumbers in, and the servitor lumbers out. On that comes in a little scanning beam comes from an ocular implant, goes over all of you. It turns, the beam goes over the icon, and then it lumbers into the corner. It deploys little bracing brackets and steadies it, and its heavy bolter locks onto the door.
I'm gonna throw a side check real quick. Got a feeling brewing up here. Specifically at Mr. Servitor. I don't particularly want to sinuscience this pod too hard. That feels like it's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, the servitor has etheric taint.
Okay.
Indeed, you would go so far as to say it has levels of actual corruption.
Oh no.
So are its scanners still on?
Its detailed scans have turned off, but its oculars are still on. Its heavy bolter is locked onto the door, though.
Alright. Juno's gonna stop praying for a moment. Put a hand up on Eloa's wrist, like, just hold on. I'm gonna turn towards the servitor and say, I don't know if you can hear me, but I wish to God there was something I could do to help you right now.
Input not understood.
I know. Your suffering will end soon as I can make it. I promise. But there are a lot of lives on the line right now, and I need you to hold on for just a little while longer. Please. Just try.
Passing. Input acknowledged. Holding position.
Thank you. Juno will sit back down next to the pod and resume praying.
So, Meanwhile, a gang of thugs bust onto the bridge. They are quite polite thugs, though.
I like a nice thug.
Well, Narcy.
Emily? Now, before you do anything hasty, I know Juno's reaction might have seemed a bit, well, you
Encouraging.
saw what she was acting like. I have been on many Imperial vessels, and the thing that the Gellerfield is going through right now is something that happens to 90% of the ships that humanity operates.
I mean,
The Imperium is built on people suffering, specifically Psychers. So it's cruel, but it's certainly not unusual.
I'm not sure that makes it any better. It simply means you're more used to it.
Well, as long as we figure out a more efficient way of building Geller fields or a method to traverse the space between planets without using the warp, it's what we're going to be doing.
Right. Well, either way, if Juno truly has her hair in a fuss about this, she'll find some way to make it better by the end of the day, as Juno does.
Hopefully she doesn't take it out on the shipmaster.
I'm sure whoever Juno takes her ire out of will get the lashing of a feather.
Unless it decides other people deliver the punishment.
It's fine. At best, Juno makes the situation better somehow. At worst, nothing happens because it's Juno and she's not going to hurt anybody unless they deserve it.
I mean, you weren't there. Yeah.
Besides,
No. She's a
I don't
sweetheart.
I don't know about you, but it seems the majority of the warp trips you guys go on to are weird, even for warp standards.
Oh yes, no. Time travel is supposed to be extremely rare, but we had one too many times of such recorded cases.
Exactly. So I guess being very wary of the warp it makes sense. I don't know why you wouldn't be.
It's just that it's usually easier to be wary of the warp, but no matter what kind of precautions you take, you always run a lot of risks.
No worrying, you're worrying. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no. I'll be fine. Where's the shipmaster?
Well, we're just walking down to go take care of that as well.
Oh yes, another thing. Actually, no, never mind.
What? Now you have me curious.
No, it's just we're going to be playing. Do you guys have pirates on your planet?
I mean, we have C's, right? Out of character, we do have C's, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know that seems like a retarded question, but then I remember the rule set we're playing in.
Yeah. Your question is fair. There is one planet that's just a big fat demon.
Okay. All right. And we have port trade, of course, yes?
Yes.
So we have pirates.
Some.
Are they not like particularly fascinating or exciting pirates?
They're
I mean, any more than
pirates.
pirates.
I mean,
They find ships, they shoot them, they steal them, they rape, murder, and enslave all of the crews in various combinations.
We are going to have to play the part of pirates, or at least people who would willingly associate themselves with piracy.
I'm. I mean, I can try. I was a princess. Wasn't exactly exposed to all the bottom legs of society.
Yes, that's a very common thing on the ship. We have one too many nobles running around.
I mean, I spend most of my time in the training hall, so I'm not that prim and proper, obviously. I think I can manage.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, we're gonna have to do some work here.
It'll be fine. Sure, the attitude might not sell it to them immediately, but the way I see it, being a pirate is about doing whatever you want, right? Breaking the law. So, anybody questions me, I just clock them across the face and settle the matter.
You might also want to add a couple of insults to your vocabulary.
I mean, usually my fists do the talking for me, or my swords, or whatever weapon I have. I don't need to insult people after I've done humiliating them in some cases.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that when we are pretending to do the whole piracy thing, try to sound more belligerent and stupid than usual. Try to look
What?
slightly less sophisticated and basically reduce the count of your brain cells working by at least 30%.
I already take it easy through most of the time. I don't want to actually be a bimbo.
Okay, fair enough.
Actually, I like that idea more. A bigger hat, that'll sell it.
So glad we have you with us, Casa.
I have 2 swords, a big hat, and a bodysuit. It's
Oh,
practically the pirate look right there.
out of all of us in this warband, I think Casa might be the only one qualified to play pirate.
Thanks, I guess.
After years of it's probably been years at this point with all the warp shenanigans. After years of being typecast as a criminal, even by the um, the Adeptus Astartes, Casa is finally not called the most criminal aboard the ship.
It'll it'll be fine, Nasi. I just need to be a little bit more eager for violence, which I don't think is very possible. Every criminal enterprise needs its bookkeepers and people who know what's in the know, so you barely need to change at all, just be a little bit more grumpy.
No, I don't believe that's gonna work. I was basically pumped out of a tube and spent my entire life in a facility that would teach me how to be an imperial bureaucrat.
Yeah, then you said fuck
You
it, it came
spend
out,
your
out
entire
and got your
life in a palace or the area around the palace or between various other palaces. Jeff here spent his entire career in the military. Juno spent her entire life in a monastery. Ceiko spent his entire life at the upper parts of a hive as a police officer. Eloa
What,
spent her entire life in the library.
boss?
Yep.
Ceiko ain't a hiver.
No?
He's from out on the frontier.
Well, okay, I'll admit I never actually read his file.
Besides, so you okay? Besides, you're missing the point. You went out and got your face blown out in real combat. I can apparently beat a space marine in a duel. Graves is a ninja cyborg, and Juno is a fire blessed saint of the Holy Empire.
Yeah,
Okay,
that one doesn't really fit with pirates.
It doesn't. But what I'm saying is, how hard can it be to act a little tougher and gruffer? You're worrying.
My advice, boss. You know, all those times you get annoyed at someone because they fucked up the paperwork and made more for you. Imagine you are someone who can let all that frustration out and actually just kill the bastard. And then you're a pirate.
So instead of killing him in a sneaky way 13 so weeks down the line when no one is looking, when I'm a pirate straight up front.
It's like being royalty. You just have to believe that no one could touch you. And eventually everybody else does.
Yeah, you're a tough bitch who can do things her way. Someone crosses you. You don't have to scheme all right. Just bam, shoot him in the face.
This is
Act
why
like that.
This is why I'm not worried about playing a pirate. I'm practically already wishing for violence all the time. I barely need to change.
So my anger problems, unrestrained combined with my rampant drug abuse. Yeah, no,
Makes
now
what?
that I think about it, I could probably pass as a pirate. And our
Exactly.
party is wacky enough to pass as pirate crew.
Exactly. We barely even function as normal Inquisitors in the first place.
Yeah. You also got those cat ears.
Exactly. They'll never expect an Inquisitor to have cat ears.
Casa just hops up and gives a quick scritch.
You know what? I am probably
They do
stressed over nothing.
They do indeed do the happy wiggle. Yes, God intended.
Yes, please ignore the giant scaly Inquisitor. He has nothing.
We show up, act tough, maybe getting a little fire too, I'm hoping, and establish dominance, and there we go.
Okay, so basically when I want to kill someone, I just have to be more upfront about it.
Basically scare them more with the fear of being killed, rather than just trying to do it to get it over with.
Oh, no. I have the perfect idea for this now that Jeff mentioned it. Hang on, what is it? There it is.
Do I even want to know?
Oh, it's so cool. You'll love it. Trust me. Okay, so let's say you need to discipline someone. Instead of shooting them and killing them, you can go like zap, fry them, and kill them. But you know, it's much more flashy this way.
Snips, you're gonna have to reduce the content of your special line.
Oh, I forgot you guys don't use Opera.
I just lost half my screen.
Jesus.
I have to extend it, but I do get a much better look at the totally normal Inquisitor with a totally human face.
Roll 20
What
is a,
the fuck is that?
Roll 20 is a very well made product. I am
That-
thankful for its use.
That is. Wait, isn't he's not even in Xenos? He's in the one where you like hunt down mutants.
Anyway,
Anyway,
Oh yes, I think I can get into the role. I should probably turn this down though. This would actually kill someone.
All right. The first part of Eloa's response is there. I'm typing up. I realized it was too long and I didn't want a wall of text, so I'm splitting it up into two.
Wait, the surgery made him look like that? Are you fucking...
Why?
because he wanted to.
But is he meant to crawl in fucking ducts and abduct little children for interrogation?
Look, some people want cat ears, some people just want to be the fucking alligator.
I feel like making yourself into a furry is actively detrimental to being an Inquisitor.
I mean, it is, but shut up.
If at any point you want to read about him, there's his Lexicanum article, Inquisitor Helldown.
You know, it's actually
Yes.
actively
Okay.
detrimental to being a good Inquisitor. Not nuking every planet we come across with the first problem. We are not the most Inquisitors. I
Oh,
also know the cat ears were not mission critical, but I refuse to apologize.
Okay then.
Yeah, but he specifically went out of his way
okay.
to exaggerate the effects of his injury to make himself look like a horse.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn there's another one that's literally like just a mutant. Like he looked almost like that, except he had, I think, a hippo face.
Excuse me, doesn't that raise a massive red flag for all his superiors?
They don't know what he looks like.
Who fucking knows? Anyway, yeah.
It's
Everyone was
it's
weirded out
7 a.m.
Everyone was weirded out by Johnny Horseface, but nobody said anything when all packages got delivered on time.
Shit, you're right.
He does his job. No one asks questions.
Yeah, I guess no one would take issue with his physical appearance if no one had a reason to investigate him, because he wouldn't fuck up his job. You know, looking like that is a great way to get yourself shot before you do any sort of investigation. Unless you're actively going into mutant populations, I guess.
All right. I think at this point, this is clearly Jeff has clearly just pulled something out on a data pad to show you a weird inquisitor he read about once to make, the cat ears look less weird.
Thank you, Jeff.
That is what this is circled. I forgot what we were doing.
Yeah.
This has now been implanted in my memory chips, and I will never be able to unsee it.
Can't you just, remove those? You've got like a Control-A delete function, right?
I don't have as much control over my brain as I wish I had sometimes. But that is fine.
Unfortunate. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can at least just not review that memory, alright, boss?
Yes, I can. I can indeed. See, Narcia is really getting into the role. Definitely not psychotic.
You'll be fine. We'll be fine. Everything's
Oh, yes.
gonna be fine.
We will be fine. Mr. Constantine Phepos Haldane, on the other hand, is probably not.
Let's go see what the big deal is.
So let's see what spooky stories we can get from the shipmaster and move on with our lives.
Sounds like a plan. But that, I think, is where we're gonna wrap it up.
Oh, yeah.
Did not expect us to get this sidetracked.
I did.
I was expecting you to actually get into the warp, and I had shenanigans prepared. But no, you have to review everything and make make proper processes to fix things.
And talk to NPCs and talk to Faf aggressively. You give me a chance to shoot up the toilet, I'll do it.
All right. Let's do XP. Did you explore a new and interesting location? Yes, you explored the entirety of the Hungering Pauper. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
It's new to Juno and it's horrible.
I think there was enough RP for that to be a discovery for Juno.
Yeah. Did you develop a relationship with an important NPC?
You know, considering the shenanigans I know you wanted to spring on us, I feel like Brain in a Box might actually be an important NPC, at least temporarily.
No.
Okay.
No.
That actually makes me feel better.
They aren't a person anymore. They are brain dead, functionally.
It's basically the psychic echoes of just pain and horror.
That's just worse. Alternatively, Moira got her brain unfucked.
Yeah.
Oh, that must have happened while I was up.
Yeah, I took her to Jock's, got her brain unfucked, and she broke her hand punching him in the face.
Oh, that's why her hand was broken. I honestly was just inferring that he had said something about Baltus, and I was like, I thought he and Baltus were all right.
No,
Oh, no.
Moira realized what had happened and fucking socked him.
She tried to beat his space marine to death with her bare hand. It was an admirable attempt.
It was quite a mighty hit. Sadly, flesh and bone give way before psionically reinforced adamantium.
I give it a 1.5 out of 5.
Yeah. And did you discover a new page in a PC's story?
I think Eloa and Juno did have a little thing.
Yeah.
Yes, you did have that rather sweet little moment.
Well, because up until this point, Eloa has only presented to Juno the, cold logic of why can't I just press the nuke button already?
It's a much more philosophical side of Eloa than we've really seen before.
Yeah. Did you advance your investigations? Not really. You've set stuff up to do that, but
And we investigated the shit out of the ship, but unfortunately the ship is just the means to get to the investigation.
Did you make a sacrifice for the greater good?
Not really.
No. 200 experience, then.
Alright.
And quite apropos, that that means that I now have, after that long conversation, I'm just going to buy Adamantium Faith. Definitely not because I'm trying to get emotionless clarity.
I am 100 XP away from maxing Fellowship.
Hooray!
Become the sweetest peach.
I can't get anything until I can assassin advance.
Womp. Alright,
Oh,
well.
wait, what was your XP again?
200.
200.
Okay.
So, Merz, can I use my peer heretic when we find the pirates?
Depends if they're heretics.
Wait, what's your total? Why's mine? Is mine right at 2,300 EXP? Wait, no, sorry, you wouldn't have the same leftover to spend. My total is 26,800.
What? No, you should have 29,100.
Oh, sorry. No, I have 29,100. I looked at total spent again. Sorry, like an idiot.
Okay. Okay, total.
Yeah, I looked at my total spent and just I forgot that was not the total because the total's right next to it.
All right. Well, if you're watching on the stream YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you next time. Till then, have a good one.